Do you hear me?
Hi, Giancarlo. Yes, we hear you.
Ok, ci sei?
Sì.
Ok, perché vedo talking Michael Walzer. Do you hear me?
Professor Walzer, you have to unmute.
Hola.
Yes, we hear.
Here we are. Hello.
Sí.
Okay, unmuted.
Hello, Michael.
Hello.
This is Giancarlo. Tiziana. Hello.
Yes.
I don't know why I'm black and white. But you are in color, I'm black and white. Good to see you.
Yes.
Giancarlo, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, well,
Michael, can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, great, great. That's a good quality zone. Sophia, it's up to you to manage. Ciao, Volker.
Yes, I think that, it's up to you, but I think we can wait 5 more minutes, wait for a few more people to connect.
Hi, Sophia. Today you don't have background. Yeah?
Switch it up.
I'm the only with.
Interesting. No, I'll put it on. I'll put it on. There we go. Qui si fa squadra. Well, we have 43 people in the webinar so far, and people keep joining. So that's good.
There are attendees, right? No.
Yeah, so I've as speakers and students that are participating in the summer school have been promoted to panelists to give a higher level of interaction, and all others are attendees. But we'll still have the opportunity to ask questions through the Q&A or by raising their hands and speaking. So should we wait till 2:05 just to see, allow a few more people to join and then kick it off? Or what do you think, Giancarlo?
Yes, when you say go,
You go.
Tiziana is ready.
I'm ready. And you?
Fine, we are also ready.
Well, then if you're ready,
You
I
are
don't
in the real Venice, Tiziana, you are in the real Venice.
I'm not in the real Venice. I'm at home. I'm going to Venice tomorrow for the first time.
Now I don't hear you well. Try, speak again.
Can you hear me now? You can't?
Work well. Sophia, do you hear Tiziana well?
yes, I hear very well.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear her. So perhaps, yeah, we can start.
Yeah, Giancarlo, I think,
Sophia,
anytime you're ready. See?
Giancarlo, do you want to introduce?
It's up to me to
Yeah,
begin.
introduce me first.
Well, we were your host at the
Okay,
University of Foscari. Well, so let's start. Thank you everyone for being here. I'm Giancarlo Bosetti, of Reset Dialogues on Civilization. We are here with this initiative together with the University of Foscari that has been hosting for some years our annual seminars, the ones that used to take place in Istanbul, which later became the Istanbul seminars, which later became the Venice seminars. And now, despite the present difficulties, we want to keep open this network. We want to keep open and work in this network of international dialogue, which is now relatively easy in this form, only because we have many years of work and personal knowledge behind us. I don't think we could go on indefinitely in this way. Hopefully we are going to turn around. The theme we chose together a year ago, before the pandemic, is the relationship between individual and the community, between liberalism and the universalism of human rights on the one hand, and community and belonging on the other hand. We have written in our mission as Reset Dialogues on Civilization, and not by chance, that we are engaged in the battle for human rights everywhere, but aware of the need to situate them in their different contexts. There is a tension here, the one you find described lastly in the article by Adam Seligman and David Montgomery. They describe this tension in a very radical way, so radical that not all of us will share it entirely, but you can look in our website the beginning of the discussion, which is very pertinent to our seminars. But it is useful to focus on a problem that of the individualistic consequences of the path of human rights, precious path that has side effects. It is the tension described in that article, the tension we are working on, is something we are well aware of in our work, in our dialogues, and in our practices of international meetings, the tension between culturally diverse realities, like the Islamic world, India, many other realities in the world on the one hand, and Western societies on the other. But also certainly within all societies, we can find the same tension in the East and the West, everywhere. Wherever individual rights, subjective rights have moved forward along with the principles of political freedom and freedom in the field of family legislation, the protection of the individual also from and against his community of belonging, in the field of sexual life, motherhood, abortion, women's rights, gender equality, all that part of the human rights in that direction has contrasted with the tradition, ideas and practices of families, communities, religious congregation, tribes, ethnic groups, and several different affiliations, in contrast to minorities, cultures, and also and especially majorities cultures. That tension has intensified and reopened, if it ever had been closed, with a wave of nationalism, populism, political fundamentalism of various kinds, which have plagued the political life of recent years, from America First to La France Avant Tout, from Brexit to Bolsonaro. And then we saw how now the COVID-19 epidemic has provoked, from our point of view, individual and community, conflicting phenomenon of in different directions. On the one hand, the drive for solidarity, the relief of suffering, identification with the entire human community in suffering and fear. And on the other hand, the closure in each community in a selfishness of community, of region, nation. Here too, borders that rise. Proximity and compassion on the one hand, and social distance and closing of boundaries on the other. So societies are increasingly divided also by the different reaction to the pandemic. Populism and the radicalization of contrast in political life, even in Western life, have often overshadowed abstract individualism, of which liberalism was and is typically accused by communitarians, bringing to the proscenium angry, extreme, often violent, verbally, but not only, identities and memberships. That is why it is useful to return with new reflection on the debate of a few decades ago between liberalism and communitarianism. Compared to then, the 80s and the 90s, in the days of the multiple self, the sources of the self, by Charles Taylor, of Michael Sandel's Liberalism and its Discontent, by the days of the Michael Walzer's The Communitarian Critique of Liberalism in 1990, that has been appropriately reproposed to the young scholar of our school, who started yesterday. So a discussion that seemed dated and outdated, but which we have to think again about the culture of freedom and rights by looking for a balance that we thought was now firmly defined between the rights of the individual and the citizens and its membership in a community that is variously colored in terms of religion, nation, ethnicity, language, history, etc. So thank you, therefore, to all those who have accepted the invitation to our discussion, to our lectures, roundtables, and to workshops. We invite you to follow our work patiently to the end, even if it is less fun than actually doing it in the beautiful spaces of Foscari University. Now, I want to thank for this collaboration and partnership, Tiziana Lippiello, which is the pro-rector of the University of Foscari. I give her the floor.
Thank you so much, Giancarlo, for introducing the Venice seminar. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
You can, okay. Thank you so much, Giancarlo. And it's a privilege for me to open the 4th edition of the Venice seminars. And first of all, I would like to thank Giancarlo Bosetti, his team, and our scientific committee for organizing the summer school and the seminar. And the scientific committee is composed by Francesca Tarocco, Volker, who are the coordinators, and Giulia Baccini, Stefano Becciora, Maria Cristina Paciello from our university, and Jose Casanova. Thank you so much for your work in spite of the difficulties. The summer school, as Giancarlo said, has been moved from Istanbul to Venice in 2017, right? 2017. And I'm grateful to Giancarlo and all members of Reset for bringing the seminar in the iconic city of Venice, which is a symbol of the encounter of civilizations and of environmental sustainability. This year has been particularly generous to this fragile city, as you know, first with the Acqua Grande on November 12 and 13, and then with the pandemic, which hit the whole world. The city is now striving to survive, and so we are particularly happy to welcome you today in Venice, although symbolically, and we really look forward to welcome you physically next year. As you know, our university is located in the historical center of Venice, in beautiful historical palaces, among which the Gothic Palace Ca' Foscari on the Grand Canal, named after the Doge Francesco Foscari, who the 65th Doge of the Republic of Venice, who ruled as head of state for 34 years. Since its foundation in 1868, our school, the first Royal School of Commerce in Italy, was promoted after the annexation of the Veneto region to the kingdom, to the new kingdom of Italy in 1866. So it was founded 2 years after the foundation of the kingdom, and was promoted by a Jewish political economist, Luigi Luzzati, who was later Prime Minister of Italy. It was a political project functional to the foreign policy of the young kingdom of Italy. Since the beginning, our 21st-year-old Luigi Luzzati conceived the idea to combine the study of economics and international commerce to the comprehensions of the languages and the cultures of the world. Venice aimed at affirming its strategic role in the world in the Adriatic Sea, and especially to confirm its long-standing tradition in intercultural relations. After the opening of the Suez Canal in 1859, the opening of the American Transcontinental Railroad, and the opening of the Japanese Meiji dynasty to the west, the Serenissima, the most serene, regained its traditional strategic role in the Adriatic Sea and in the east. Egypt was again in a commercial strategic position as it was in the Middle Age, when Indian spices crossed the Red Sea, arrived in Cairo and Alexandria, and were sold to Venetian merchants, who brought them to the heart of Europe. The project of the School of Economics contained a reference to the teaching of the so-called Oriental languages and cultures. And it said that the monks of the Mekiteris monastery in Venice had offered their cooperation to teach modern Greek, Arabic, and Persian. The Mekiteris religious order had been created by Mekiter of Sebast, an Armenian Catholic monk who arrived in Venice in 1715 from Constantinople. So in 1717, the most serene republic gave him the beautiful island of San Lazzaro to create a monastery, and from this time onwards, the Armenian community was renowned for its library, museums, school, and press in Oriental alphabets. The monks were involved when the Venetian authorities were looking for teachers of Arabic, Persian, modern Greek. Venice has always been a gateway to the East, as you know, and a cosmopolitan republic. And I introduced with this explanation of the role of our university in the city and of the city in the world, because the Armenian community, the Greek community, and the ghetto in Cannaregio are an example of the tolerance and multiculturalism of this city. The title of the seminar this year is Communities and the Individual Beyond the Liberal Communitarian Divide. The focus is the relation between communitarianism and liberalism, as Giancarlo said. Collective rights, individual rights, tradition, and modernity. The concept of identity arising from transculturalism may help us to go beyond the liberal communitarianism divide and reconcile values and perspective originating from different cultures, different civilizations. The COVID pandemic has questioned our lifestyle and clarified the value of interpersonal relations and community. We are now using digital tools to teach, to stay in touch with our students and friends, and at the same time, we have discovered that these tools encourage social distancing while keeping our relations alive. The paradox of these two modes of communication, face-to-face and digital social relations, prompt us to reflect on new paradigms of individual experience, social solidarity, social equality, and democracy. In our seminars, the scholars from different cultural traditions address different experiences of communal life, such as the Kibbutz experience, community models in post-socialist Shanghai, and mediated spontaneity. A new reading of human rights as a solution, as well as exclusion of human good and shared belonging, or alternative models of democracy, and so forth, to mention just a few proposals. But I don't want to abuse your time. I just want to thank you for your generous participation this year and contribution. I wish you good work, a fruitful discussion, and I give the floor to you, welcoming you in Venice next year, physically. Thank you so much.
Okay, okay, now it's up to me. I hope you hear me. It's up to me to make the more general introduction, the more, let's say, more specific introduction to the topics discussed. Sophia, can I ask you that I can share my screen, please? Can you enable me to share the screen?
Yes, you should. Okay, I see why.
Okay, I prepared a very small text, just 2 pages, on an unresolved strain in liberalism and communitarianism, which is a little bit the idea to introduce the debate. Okay, now I think I can share my screen.
Oh no, you're on the other one. Okay,
disabled.
Sorry. Yes. There we go. There we go. Now you should be able to.
Right, just 1 second. Yes. Okay. Okay, so I thought, you know, given that this is a short text, I just read it out and I share the text with you so you can follow it a little bit. Okay, so the introduction I thought about was an unresolved strain in liberalism and communitarianism. Now, undeniably, there are political developments taking place globally over the last decade, and now probably more than ever, that impose a return to the debate on the individual and community. Now, rather than addressing the political question, which will come up surely during the seminars, I'm briefly taking up and reviewing the philosophical debate lingering in the background, right? I suggest that there is an unresolved strain both in liberalism and communitarianism that might explain the current global political instability and therefore needs to be addressed. Now, there are, of course, many liberalisms, okay? Liberal theory ranges from more traditional positions that stress negative rights to more progressive positions that are oriented towards positive rights. Isaiah Berlin, a traditional liberal, holds that freedom comes down to non-intervention, whereas progressives argue that individuals must be put in the position in order to actually exercise their freedom. Rawls famously makes individual freedom depend upon primary goods, and Joseph Ratz argues that freedom is a matter of valuable options to choose from. Now, however different these theories actually are in political practice, they still have something in common which makes them liberal theories. Liberalism never engages with the choices, decisions, agency, and psychology of an individual. Liberalism believes that individuals are endowed a priori with reason or at least some form of agency, and it is up to that reason and agency to make choices, commitments, and so on. Individuals are already autonomous. All that individuals might need are certain goods and options to make full use of their autonomy. Liberalism protects the inner citadel. And this is precisely the criticism of communitarianism, liberalism's explicit and deliberate neglect of the self. Communitarianism makes not just the empirical point that the independent self does not exist, as social psychologists would do and many of the neuroscience today would say. Communitarians make the normative claim that liberalism is responsible for the malaise of contemporary individuals in liberal society, and to some extent for their psychological deprivation, assuming that individuals are capable by themselves to make choices and to auto-constitute themselves, condense them to a sort of continuous existentialist despair. Transcendentalism and the idea of there is a point of view from nowhere are euphemisms for abandonment of the individual. Reason and agency need to be shaped, cultivated, and developed before individuals are in the position to make decisions and choices about the good life. Autonomy is not given to us, but a task to accomplish. Otherwise, the results are greed, selfishness, and exploitation. Indeed, only modern Western civilization defends the idea that individuals possess autonomy qua human beings. And here I refer to Jerome Schneevin's wonderful reconstruction of the idea of autonomy in Western philosophy. Now, communitarianism holds that our social roles help us to carve out a sense of the self and the notion of the good life. Social identities provide meaning, purpose, values, and commitments that in turn give us reasons and content. Social identities allow us to learn and develop autonomy. It is the community that takes care of the self. Communitarians do not deny that individuals actually do have the power of interpretation of social norms, but they do insist that we attain a self and identity only through the effective recognition of significant others. Now, there is an interesting debate taking place within communitarianism to what extent all cultures and civilization are actually equal, and if social identities per se contribute to flourishing of the self. I refer here to the discussion of Taylor and Dreyfus on retrieving reality. And this is a discussion which actually goes back to Hegel's philosophy of history, where Hegel actually took a point that only Western history incorporates reason. The point here is that although social identities are a necessary condition for the achievement of the self, they are by far a sufficient condition. And, take Arthur Fleck's affirmation, the protagonist in the recent movie of Joker, who says, for my whole life, I didn't know even if I even really existed, okay? So the point here is that social identity, having a social identity per se, does not mean to have a full-blown and flourished self. Now, in particular, certain positions within post-colonial studies tend to dismiss any concerns about the morality of social identities on the basis of their hybridity and multiplicity. I agree with this general thrust that there is a close relationship between social identities and personal identity, whatever contingent shape first might take. But perhaps I will defend this on different, more psychological grounds rather than on hybridity and multiplicity. Now, though I would question the underlying assumption here that the empirical self is equivalent to the autonomous self. And given the prevalent epistemological violence in form of racism, but also Islamophobia, recurrent in Western societies, I'm also skeptical that the achievement of an autonomous self has to grow through the struggle of recognition. To conclude, personal autonomy does not seem to be a default position. Neither reason nor community is going to provide it inevitably, okay? Therefore, it is so important to go beyond the liberal communitarian divide. Aim of the seminars is to give shape to this beyond and make it emerge. I think now, Giancarlo, you're going to chair the panel with Michael and with Steve.
Sophia?
Yes?
Yes. Now it's up to you to give the floor to.
Yes.
Yes.
To Professor Walzer and Professor Macedo.
Yes.
Professor Macedo, are you here? Sorry, 1 second.
No, I think it's first Steve that it's first Michael that is going to talk.
Okay, all right. Professor Walzer, I think we can hear you.
Yes, I hope so.
Yes, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. We are listening to you perfectly.
Well, I wish I were in Venice, and I'm sure that I could give this talk with much more animation if I was actually in front of people instead of a screen. But I'm going to be reading a talk, but I will try to talk as if I was with you. And this is a subject that you could talk about from a sociological perspective or a psychological perspective, an economic perspective, or even a metaphysical perspective. But I will approach it as an old-fashioned political theorist, asking how individuals come together to constitute a political community. And here there are two classic accounts, libertarian and communitarian, which stand as polar opposites and which will provide a frame for my argument. The first account describes the political community as a limited partnership. Self-interested individuals come together, as Thomas Hobbes described, for the sake of physical security, and they form a polity. We might call this a community, not in the strong sense given to that word by contemporary communitarians. But these individuals do have a common cause, their own safety and well-being. They have a common territory and they form a common government. And they are committed to the Trinitarian version of human rights, life, liberty, and property. They are the citizens of a night watchman state with a well-trained police force, but not much else. A minimalist, laissez-faire state within which they pursue their own projects, enact their own life plans. A state like this would be easy to join and easy to leave. If another community or another state offered greater safety, people would leave and go there. Loyalty and patriotism would not be a feature of this society. The education of children would certainly not be a public affair. It would be in the hands of their parents, who would choose among private schools run by educational entrepreneurs who advertise their different curriculums and promise these or those results. The army would be professional or mercenary. There would certainly be no conscription and very low taxation just to pay the police, since the individual partners would regard taxation as the equivalent of forced labor, the conscription of the time and energy necessary to earn the money to pay the taxes. There would be many voluntary associations, some philanthropic, some devoted to a cause, say animal rights, since human rights would not be much of an issue. some devoted only to the advancement of their members. There would be no organized religion. Religion would be a private affair, therefore free. The partners would take no interest in each other's faith, so long as it did not threaten anyone's physical security. This would be a radically inegalitarian society shaped by the market, with the inequalities of concern only to the men and women who suffer from them. The partnership agreement would bar any collective concern. So a libertarian community. How do the partners choose a government? According to Hobbes, they would prefer an authoritarian ruler, but they might elect representatives. In any case, there would be an implicit understanding that the richest partners have the greatest influence, and it would be their wealth that makes their influence effective. There wouldn't be much political participation so long as the government was efficient. And the only people who would object would be the people who have no influence at all. And again, the partnership agreement would offer them no recourse except to enrich themselves to make more money. The second account doesn't describe individuals coming together. It starts with men and women who are already together, who have been together for a long time. They constitute a people or a nation, or perhaps a cluster of peoples who have inhabited the same territory for centuries. In any case, this account begins in media res, with men and women who have a history, who have common memories. The political community natural to them, according to Jean-Jacques Rousseau, is a civic republic, a republic of equal citizens who recognize a common good. You might think of this as an unlimited partnership, a community in the strong sense. Its benefits are not delivered to the members by an invisible hand, as in Adam Smith's account, but rather by the intentional efforts of the members themselves working together. The citizens on this account are committed to each other, engaged in the work of self-government. Theirs is a participatory democracy, direct democracy, not a representative democracy. The citizens, says Rousseau, fly to the assemblies. They endure long meetings. Actually, they enjoy long meetings. They derive a greater proportion of their happiness from public than from private activities. The Republican state isn't minimalist. It's a strong state which enforces and sustains the equality of the citizens. But there would be no need for a well-trained police force. The citizens would watch one another. Miss a meeting, and the neighbor will come to remind you of the next one. The citizens do everything for themselves. Just as there are no representatives, so there are no professional or mercenary soldiers, but rather a citizen army. Rousseau actually suggests that the corvée of the Ancien Regime, enforced labor on the king's highways, should be replaced by conscripted labor on the Republic's highways, a kind of national service. Similarly, there would be no professional teachers. The older citizens, people like me, would teach in the public or state schools. Private and parochial schools would be banned or strongly discouraged. Indeed, citizens would be so busily engaged in civic activity that there would be little time or energy for the secondary associations that might promote parochial schools. What we call civil society would be a largely empty space. The schools would teach patriotism above all else, love of country, love of the Republic. In his constitution for Poland, Rousseau describes public schools that teach Polish history, Polish geography, Polish culture, Polish literature, and nothing else. There will be a civic religion also designed to produce feelings of belonging with ceremonies and holidays, civic festivals that the citizens would celebrate always together. So that's how patriotic citizens are produced and reproduced, loyal citizens who would not be tempted by opportunities elsewhere. The Republic does not bar exit, but citizens cannot leave if the Republic is in danger and presumably would not want to leave at such a time. In ancient Athens, which is often a model for civic republican theorists, in ancient Athens, citizens considering suicide, another form of exit from the community, had to petition the Senate for permission, and they were granted permission to kill themselves only if they were deemed no longer useful to the polis. In a libertarian laissez-faire community, by contrast, there could not possibly be an obligation to live for the state any more than there could be an obligation to die for the state. Suicide would be free. So here we have two accounts of the connection between individuals and communities. One an account of maximum looseness and the other of maximum tightness, libertarian and communitarian. No doubt the two, as I've described them, are caricatures or at least exaggerations. They are also utopian descriptions. Nothing like these two exists in the real world. They are theoretical creations. What is real, what we actually see, are corrupt capitalist oligarchies that are committed to laissez-faire and leftist totalizing regimes whose maxim is solidarity. The libertarian and communitarian utopias are relatively benign compared to these real-world regimes, but neither one of them suggests a satisfactory way of bringing and communities together. The first puts equality at risk. The second puts liberty at risk. So now I have established polarity. A familiar next move is to say that the best way of connecting individuals and communities lies somewhere between these two, lies roughly in the magical middle, the Aristotelian mean. And of course, that's right. And I am going to argue for the middle position, which I will call social democracy. Easy for me, since I've been a social democrat all my life. But I won't stop there, because I don't believe that social democracy, at least in its standard versions, does justice either to the spirit of individuality or to the emotional content of community. So this is my agenda for the rest of the talk. I will defend the middle position, and then I will look beyond the middle. Well, I'm sure that you all know the advantages of social democracy, but I will work my way through them anyway. The most important is the commitment to equality, not absolute equality, no Procrustean bed, but much greater equality than you would find in a laissez-faire state. Indeed, social democracy requires a strong state, capable of taxing its individual members, redistributing resources among them, and providing the services that constitute a welfare system. This is a state enjoined to defend a set of rights beyond the Trinitarian version, including healthcare and economic security. For the sake of these two, property rights will be subject to constraint and regulation by the state. So there would be serious taxation and conscription probably for military service, at least in time of war, and perhaps some form of national service for young men and women with options so that they can choose how they serve. But there would be nothing like Rousseau's Republican corvée, nothing like Trotsky's industrial army. So the citizens will do some things for themselves, but not everything. They will elect representatives rather than fly to the assemblies. Some of them will join in parties and movements to defend their interests or sometimes their ideals. But the state's civil service, the deep state, won't consist, as in the civic republic, of citizens in office, of amateurs in office, but of competent professionals accountable to the body of citizens. Accountability will always be an issue, given the extent of the state's engagement in regulating the economy and providing welfare services. We have learned in these months of pandemic how important a competent civil service is. I won't say that social democracy always produces such a civil service, but it is more likely to do so than any other political formation. Indeed, bureaucracy is both the great strength of social democracy and its greatest weakness. An effective deep state makes citizen participation seem less necessary, but the opposite is probably true. Political participation will certainly be higher than in the libertarian utopia, but citizens will also have time and space for other activities. Far more than under communitarianism, they will be engaged elsewhere. In 1957, long ago, my wife and I were traveling across Yugoslavia, then a relatively new communist regime. And we arrived in Zagreb on the day of a mini marathon. We found a bystander who explained what was happening. In your country, he said, some people run and some people watch. Here, everyone runs. An exaggeration, he wasn't running. Still a helpful explanation. Social democracy, you could say, restores a balance between runners and spectators. A large majority of children in a social democratic state will attend public schools where they will be taught by professional teachers. They will study the history, politics, and literature of their own country, but not only that. Since social democrats are also internationalists, the children will also study global geography and economy, the history, culture, and politics of other countries. The aim will be to produce citizens committed to each other. That's the necessary basis of the welfare system, but also citizens able to vote intelligently on domestic and foreign affairs, competent citizens alongside competent workers and competent professionals. One might ask more of a democratic education, that it teach students to think critically, to imagine different ways of doing things, to engage with the other, whoever the other is. And some teachers in a social democratic society would teach that way. But I think that there is in social democratic culture a certain sense of achievements already achieved. Greater equality, success in delivering healthcare and other benefits, poverty significantly reduced, a sense of completion, which breeds complacency rather than criticism. Understandable, perhaps, given the real world alternatives, but still disturbing. Critics say that social democracy is boring, and there's something to that. Also something to be said in favor of boredom. Remember the Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times. May you live in a time of political excitement. Perhaps that's also a curse. So the middle position, unexciting, but still a success. Indeed, social democracy can plausibly be described as the most decent, most humane, and most successful politics of the last century. Nonetheless, I want to suggest two moves beyond it, using our recent and current experience with the pandemic to help me explain the moves. I will begin with a story that's been told many times in recent weeks on left-wing websites here in the United States. There was a big American company that made big, heavy, and very expensive ventilators, selling them to the US government. Along came a little company, a upstart company that made cheap and portable ventilators. So the big company bought the little company and stopped the production of the cheap ventilators. Our laissez-faire government approved the merger of the two companies without any concern about its likely consequence. Here is a story of predatory, greed-driven, profit-driven capitalism. So it was told, and so it is. But no one telling the story seemed to notice that it was also an acknowledgement of the value of the entrepreneurial innovation represented by the little company and the cheap ventilators. Defenders of capitalism claim that that kind of innovation is a feature of the free market, not an exclusive feature perhaps, but still more likely there. Now, entrepreneurs aren't necessarily good people. They invent and produce a lot of junk, but they also invent and produce cheap ventilators and things like that. And so they are necessary people. We should always make room for their activity. And we should always provide the required incentives, not only money, but also celebrity and honor. It is no affront to social democratic equality, as I understand it, if the inventor of the cheap portable ventilator makes more money than I do and is more widely known. But we shouldn't think only of economic entrepreneurs, but also of political and cultural entrepreneurs. There should be room everywhere in our society for bold, inventive, adventurous, risk-taking individuals. Since the new left of the 1960s, there has been a marked aversion to the very idea of such people, of political leaders on the left. That's a mistake. Political movements need individuals who can enthrall and inspire a crowd, organize a demonstration, or win public attention for a fledgling organization. Leftists who claim to work as a collective, that is a committee, generally don't work very long. Committees are right for achieved social democracy. But the vaunted leaderlessness of organizations like our Occupy Wall Street did not make for survival. The American Civil Rights Movement provides a better example. Martin Luther King was first among equals of a remarkable group of Black preachers, some of whom were, to my ear, at least as eloquent as he was. But he was allowed to stand out. We should, of course, avoid the right-wing adulation of great men, but still, we need to recognize the usefulness, the political value of talented individuals. For my second move beyond the middle, it would be helpful again to start from where we are. The pandemic makes for a status politics, a time when we need a competent bureaucracy and leaders who can talk intelligently to their people a time for discipline and surveillance in the form of testing and tracing. But precisely because of this, the time that comes next, the after time, has to be a time of democratic activism and large-scale participation. And so we should think now about what that means. I have always believed that the place for communitarian intensity and the emotional commitment that makes people fly to one meeting after another, the place is not the state, not the political community, but the social, political, or religious movement. This state doesn't and in these very nasty nationalism. Still, intensity and commitment are humanly important, and for many people working closely with others, even arguing fiercely with other men and women who are, like you, committed to a cause, this is emotionally and intellectually fulfilling. It does make a difference, of course, what the cause is. The emotional intensity of the fascist movement is fulfilling, I guess, for its members. But that's not a reason to give up on a participatory politics. You just have to know your enemies and stick close to your comrades who are committed like you to civil liberty and equality. The movement, Edward Bernstein famously declared, is more important than the end. Bernstein was a good social democrat, but he understood that even what I called an achieved social democratic state would not ever be fully achieved. There would be new inequalities, as there are, between bureaucrats and the rest of us, or between the highly educated and the less educated. The movement would still be necessary, and that's where men and women would find the warmth that states cannot and should not provide. The friendship of citizens is relatively cool compared to the camaraderie of movement activists. I began with the polarity of a libertarian and a communitarian polity, and so set up an opposition between whose poles social democracy mediates. The mediation is successful, I argued, always in trouble, but still successful. And the success most visible these days, wherever social democrats have established universal health care. But this isn't the end. We will always need the activity of adventurous, entrepreneurial, risk-taking individuals and warm-hearted, sometimes hot-headed movement militants. These two don't come together, but they can usefully and happily coexist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Volker, you.
I would suggest now that we are going to have straight away the questions for Professor Walzer, because I know he has to leave in 1 hour, well, in half an hour, 1 hour, right? So I would suggest now we're going with the questions, and then we continue with Stephen afterwards. Okay, so probably you can, Sophia, you can just say something about the way you want to ask the questions.
Attendees, you're very welcome to raise your hands. You should have the access to the raise hand function, at which point I can activate your microphone and you can speak out your question, or you can write it in the chat or in the Q&A function. I will be monitoring those as well, and I can read the questions out loud. Obviously, panelists have access to the same functions, so you know, if you'd like to ask a question, you can either raise your hands or write in the chat that you'd like to say something, and I'll activate, or you can activate your microphone and video.
Alessandro has a question.
Yes, I I have a question. Hi, Michael. Wonderful to see you, though online. I found your way of polarizing these two, the libertarian and the communitarian social compact, very ingenious, so that you could then occupy the center with social democracy. But the problem is, and this is the question, the center is crowded. The center is crowded. So it's not only social democracy there, but you also have liberal socialism, straight socialism, not the historical socialism, but the kind of renewed socialism that colleagues like Axel Honneth or Nancy Fraser are thinking about, or somebody like Sanders pushes. So not social democracy, but socialism. Then you have property owning democracy, as famously stated by Rawls in Justice as Fairness. And then you have the golden age, the glorious 30 Keynesian welfare state, not the neoliberal one, but the one that existed previously to that. And all of these occupy a center right there, which you claimed just for social democracy. Now, I'd like to ask you for some additional comments on what distinguishes social democracy from these other co-occupants of the center. Thank you.
Yes. Well, I am a pluralist. I welcome all of these. These are closely related political formations. Bernie Sanders was, in fact, a social democrat. He talked mostly about the welfare, expanding the American welfare state, and not really much else. I've always thought of Jack Rawls as a good social democrat. I'm quite willing to welcome more radical forms of socialism into the space that I was describing, and then we can start having arguments. But what I mostly wanted to say was that social democracy and all of the versions of welfare statism and socialism that you described will have to make room, once they are established, will have to make room for entrepreneurs and movement militants. There is no end of the need for those two types of people.
Thank you.
Sophia, you have been
yes,
muted.
mute.
Who's next?
Oh, I forgot. Davide, who's in our summer school, had a question.
Hello, Professor Walzer. Thank you for your speech. Really enjoyed it. In fact, I'm actually studying, the welfare state from Esping Andersen's point of view and the role of social democracy in nowadays world. And I wanted to know from you some remarks regarding like this COVID crisis and the sort of inversion of the trend that we seem to have in terms of welfare state action. We had retrenchment ever since the 1980s with the neoliberal narrative, and now we find out somehow that to prevent global threats such as the pandemic, the state seems to be returning back, at least in Europe, to social schemes, especially in this short-term period where we have lockdown and stop working somehow, and also have some schemes for sickness period. And I was wondering, what would you comment about that? If this is a trend that could be significant long term, or we're just going to go back to where we were before the pandemics? Thank you.
Yes. Well, certainly neoliberalism is not an ideology for a time of collective crisis. And I don't particularly like the idea of benefiting politically from a time of trauma and, for many people, despair. But I do think that we have to anticipate a return of different statist ideologies after the pandemic. Only one of them will be social democracy or socialism. There will also be various nationalist versions of a disciplinary state. We will have political battles after the pandemic, but I think there is now evidence for many people that things like a commitment to universal health care and a commitment to employment, these are collective requirements. These are requirements of our common life.
Thank you very much. So we have another question from another one of our students, Angela.
Hello, Professor Walzer. How are you? First of all, thank you very much for the presentation. I would like to ask you if you think that we got into a point where there is no return on liberalism, and that mainly I would point out that being the reason why populists are getting like so popular and getting so many voters. So I'm from Brazil, and now we know that we have Bolsonaro in power. And also, if not, can we actually go back to this state of social democracy? And how can we do it when economy has become like the most important thing to voters? Basically, that's it. And thank you very much.
Yes, we social democrats have a lot of political problems. The last years have not been good. The successes came after World War II, and the achievements came then. There has been a kind of counter-revolution. I think that's really what neoliberalism and corporate-driven globalization have been, a kind of counter-revolution, and we have not been doing well. We have one of the effects of the adoption of neoliberal politics in the United States by Democratic Party politicians like Carter or Clinton, even to some degree Obama. One of the consequences has been the loss of our old connections to the working class, or to significant parts of the working class. And there's a price to pay for the third way, the Blairite, Clintonite adoption of neoliberalism. A price to pay, which we are paying, and there is some reason to hope that after the pandemic there will be a new recognition of the importance of a kind of collective commitments and a kind of solidarity across classes. In my country now, the social basis of the Democratic Party is the upper middle class, the professional class, the more highly educated people. That doesn't make for a successful left politics. And that is something that we have to try to change.
Thank you very much. I think we have Professor Awad, who's going to be a speaker later on this week. He has a question as well.
Yeah, Good morning, first of all, everybody from Connecticut, USA. It's really an honor to be part of this wonderful group. Professor Walzer, thank you very much for a very thought-provoking paper. May I allow myself to invite you to elaborate a little bit more on the second point in these two moves beyond social democracy you suggested in your paper? You said in the second point, you call for a large-scale participation. And my question is, can you tell us a little bit more about what do you think in your mind would be an application of that large-scale participation in a post-pandemic USA?
Yes, well, I know what we need. I'm not sure what we will have in the months, years to come. We need an old-fashioned social movement, led perhaps by some of the unions, focused on organizing, focused on reaching down, creating local branches of unions and of other forms of left mobilization, and for environmentalism. Feminism turned out, I think, to be the most successful revolutionary movement of the 20th century, but is still far from fulfilling its goals. So we need a new feminist movement. We need an environmental movement. We need a working class movement. And each of these could be a place where the emotional connections, the sense of intense commitment could be manifest. I am suspicious of those emotions when they attach to states, but I would welcome them in any of the political movements that I think we need. I can't produce them. I can't pull them out of my hat. But I think some of them will come.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Oh, yes, we have one attendee. Hello? Hello? We had a hand raised.
Hello.
There we go.
Very slim money.
You got it?
Sorry, we can't hear you very well. Try again.
Volker, can you see me? I can see you.
David, no, I can't see you.
It's David Rasmussen.
Oh, David, hey, no, we can't see you. We can
hear, but we cannot see, but can work also without the video.
Well, now, Professor Rasmussen, you should be able to activate your video.
There. Now
Yeah.
you see something?
We can hear you, but not see you.
Hello.
Yes, we can. We just see your number. Can you
shame.
tell us your name?
Anyway, well, let me ask the question. Michael, it's great to see you, first of all. And secondly, you introduced this notion of the entrepreneur, that we ought to have the people who are able to build, and I agree with you, the great problem, particularly in Eastern Europe, over the years was the economy. How do you get an economy to work? So what you're suggesting is much more complex than simply allowing entrepreneurs to do their thing. I mean, this has a significant economic kind of impact. So how do you deal with the economy where in which you have a legitimate interest in developing a kind of entrepreneurial skills that will keep, as it were, everybody alive.
Right. I'm not sure exactly what problems of the economy you are describing. There is an old doctrine developed, I think, first by Polish left-wing economists called market socialism, which tried to bring together significant forms of collective control of the economy, along with a lot of room for entrepreneurial activity. And I'm not an economist. I don't know what the difficulties of doing that might be, but it does seem to me to be the sort of thing we should look for. We should look for a pluralist economy in which there is some state control, some municipal control, some worker control, and room also for entrepreneurial activity. I can't I can't address the difficulties of the coexistence of all those forms, but I can imagine them coexisting.
Thank you.
We have a question was written down from Slimani, who asks, can we stand on the common denominators of liberalism and communism? Which can be invested to create a link between them?
Liberalism and
communism.
I'm not sure what that would look like. Actually, existing communism would allow no room for liberty. It's certainly possible to imagine a liberal communism might consist of a plurality of communes. I know some young American leftists who have something like that in mind. And there were efforts to produce that sort of thing in 19th century America, but it's not a likely or an easy combination.
Thank you. If anyone has any other questions?
Probably I can ask one in the meantime. So if we have some more minutes to go. So you say to some extent social democracy stands in between libertarianism and communitarianism, right? So to some extent, your idea of social democracy depends upon the existence of a community. My question is, how much of a community do we need to actually get social democracy, right? And how much would that actually exclude, forms of more open borders, of immigration, and so forth?
Right. Now, those are hard questions. We know from the political scientists that the welfare state, the strong welfare state, tends to come in relatively homogeneous societies. The strongest states are in societies not like the United States, which we have a very weak welfare state, and perhaps because they're of a multicultural, multi-religious, multiracial society, which does not generate the kinds of solidarity needed to underpin a welfare state or to underpin social democracy. So there is an argument that can be made that social democracy or the welfare state depends upon the existence of a circumscribed political community, therefore a community that does not have open borders. It is a community that could be generous in taking in refugees, but it would not be open to anyone who wanted to come in. I think that is one of the challenges of social democratic politics, to figure out how to deal with the moral requirements of an internationalism which supposedly goes along with social democracy, but hasn't really been a significant part of social democratic politics. So I am not a libertarian. I don't believe in open borders. I do believe in communities that have boundaries. And at the same time, I would want my social democracy to be welcoming. So that may be a contradiction. At any rate, it is a problem.
Thank you. Thank you. I think there were two more questions in the chat.
Yeah, we have two questions. One from Rui Marquez, who asks, what is the opinion from Professor Walzer about meritocracy in context of COVID-19? Is COVID-19 bringing more communitarian equality through solidarity instead of a meritocratic framework? He says, he introduces himself, his name is Rui Marquez Pinto from Germany and is a political advisor at Reutlingen municipality. And if we can maybe do both questions together, from Israel Barroso, who asks, one of the strong and enduring features of communitarianism is its focus on the sense of belonging. Sandel, for example, famously talks about the unencumbered self as something that liberalism simply misses out. I'd like to ask your opinion about the possibility of extending this sense to the distant ones in order to tackle the global injustices and global inequalities, as well as about the global risks enshrined in the Anthropocene epoch in which we live. Is it possible to think about the distant one as someone who deserves our concern, just as someone who we feel belonging to our same community, be it nation, the group, etc.?
There was an awful lot.
There's a lot. So the first question is about meritocracy in the context of COVID-19.
Respond to that first. I think the story really goes back to the French Revolutionary demand for a career open to talents. Social democracy does achieve something like that, something like equality of opportunity, and equality of opportunity produces meritocracy, and meritocracy is a form of inequality, a new form of inequality. And remembering a line from William Shakespeare about the insolence of office, the insolence of office is something we experience in new ways in meritocratic societies. We are ruled by highly educated people who often do not know how to relate decently to people with less education. And that is a problem of contemporary left politics. So we can't give up on a career open to talents, but we need to contain, restrain the meritocracy. And that means to introduce greater democratic accountability. And that means that there have to be movements pressing on making demands on our new rulers. The second question was 17 questions.
Yes. So Israel cites Sandel talking about the unencumbered self as something that liberalism misses out on, and asks about the possibility of extending this sense to the distant ones, I think more marginalized, in order to tackle global injustice and inequality, and about the risks enshrined in the Anthropocene epoch.
Okay. The first question with Michael Sandel's communitarianism is does it extend to all the people actually in the community? His view of the American Republic is focused very much on the Republic before mass immigration. And it is focused on an American society that was much more homogeneous than America became. There's a collection of essays critical of Sandel. I contributed one dealing simply with the question of the Great Immigration and how a communitarian committed to the civic republicanism of the 1840s is going to deal with the immigrants of the 1890s and 1910s. So you have problems already inside the country. Extending our concern to human beings in trouble in far parts of the world and far away parts of the world, it has to be a feature of left internationalism that we do extend our concern. We aim at greater equality globally as well as locally. At the same time, we have to recognize a pattern of commitments which are greatest at home and which are less as we move away. I have commitments to my children, I have commitments to my fellow citizens, I have commitments to socialists around the world, and I have commitments to humanity. And they can't be exactly the same. There have to be, there will always be differences of degree. And that's something that moralists need to argue about. And in each case of human beings in trouble, in each case, we have to try to figure out what exactly we are bound to do, knowing that we are always bound to do something.
So we have one last very quick question. Vincenzo asks if fear can push the legislator more towards a social democracy. In other words, can liberalism be redirected through fear of mass poverty or unemployment post-COVID-19?
Well, people in charge, the people in charge will be driven to greater concern with inequality and mass unemployment, and only if there are social movements that make demands and that effectively mobilize people. There's a famous moment in the administration of Franklin Roosevelt where I think it was Sidney Hillman for the garment workers demanding that Roosevelt assist unionization of Wagner Act. And Roosevelt just looked at him and said, make me do it. You have to create the popular demand, make me do it. And that's still what we have to do.
Okay, thank you so much. That was extremely fascinating.
Yes. That's no more question for Michael Walzer.
I think unfortunately we're running a bit short on time.
So yeah, so we should start now probably with the next panel.
Let me say a special thanks to Michael Walzer. With his presentations and with this discussion, he gave us the impression we are really able to make our seminars even despite this situation when we are prevented to travel. So thanks, and really thanks again for your commitment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I see so many old friends.
Thank you. Okay. So Professor Macedo, I think, is here as well.
Yes. So, so now it's the turn of Stephen Macedo. He is the Rockefeller Professor of Politics at Princeton University, and he is very and much part of this debate with his book Liberal Virtues from 1990, and now he has a project on migration, and I think also today he's going to talk about that.
Hi, Volker and Giancarlo and everyone else. Great to see you all, unfortunately, this way rather than in Venice, which would be so much nicer. Can people hear me, by the way? If you would nod, that would, yeah, okay, great. Fantastic. I actually have
Very well.
Pardon me?
Yeah. We are listening to you very well. Thank you.
Great, fantastic. I actually have a PowerPoint, so I'll be using that in just a minute. And I spoke to the students yesterday about some of the issues that Michael was just referring to, social justice and migration. Excuse me. Some of this will build on that, but it's a standalone piece, and it's stuff I've been working on lately, as Volker said, a book on social justice and migration, justice in migration, that actually builds on some of Michael's past work and the confluence of convictions across not just Michael, social democrat, but Rawls and various other traditions. So let's see here. I have to share this screen, excuse me. Did this yesterday. Host disabled screen sharing. Sophia, you need to enable me to share my screen.
Yes, absolutely. You should now be able to share your screen.
It still says disabled.
Videos. Sorry, as co-host, you should be able to have, oh wait, sorry. I think I might have clicked on the wrong person. Sorry about that. Adam. Yeah, it was, yeah.
Clicked on Adam.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so here we go.
Now
okay.
You should be able to, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, sure, here we are. Okay, great. So everybody can see that? Yes? Okay, so the view is good. All right. So so yesterday I talked a little bit about this, but you know, this is stuff we're all familiar with, obviously, the populist upsurge. And in line with some of what Michael was just saying, I suggested that and this is a view that actually I wrote up with Jenny Mansbridge, sort of against my colleague Jan Werner Mueller, where we cast populism more in the American mold as not necessarily essentially anti-pluralist, but as the people rising up against elites who have neglected interests of various sorts, and as often, sometimes at least, a useful wake-up call. And I think that is the case to some degree with some of what we've seen in the UK and the US as well. So as I talked about yesterday, there's no question, and I'm going to draw on a fair amount of empirical literature here on Trump voters, especially the Democrats who switched from voting for Obama to voting for Trump. There's indeed strong elements of racism, xenophobia in the views of those people as discussed in survey evidence, but there are also real grievances that are unaddressed. They're globalization's losers in the West to some considerable extent, and there are reasons of various sorts. I described 5 categories of reasons yesterday as to how high levels of immigration in the US has possibly had a detrimental impact on social justice. And indeed, I think part of the background here is a bias of elites, including academics, to cosmopolitan values. And I put this in terms of premature cosmopolitanism, in terms of the consequences of the 1965 immigration reform and indeed the decisions about migration in the UK. So I think populism can be a useful signal. And in any case, in our conditions of extreme polarization, I want to argue that we need to understand sympathetically the other, and in this case, the other in our times most pointedly, in many ways, is the ideological other, our opponents on the other side of the spectrum. So this essay, and it's I hope to be an article, joins the effort of really many political scientists to try to understand the deep cultural divisions that led significant numbers of Democrats, 9% of Obama voters, to switch to Trump, and something like 10% of those who voted for Bernie Sanders in the primaries in 2016 switched to Trump. And I think the cultural divisions that led those people to do that also helped to explain why college-educated Democrats greeted the election result with such shock and disbelief. So I'm going to suggest, and this does, I think, resonate a bit with the liberal communitarian debate, but describe 2 contrasting conceptions of citizenship associated with these divided identities. I'm not going to put it in terms of liberal and communitarian, but rather somebody should mute their mic. I want to suggest that put these in terms of liberal and localist, representing clusters of values, commitments, and identities that are recognizable in somewhat different forms across the American constitutional tradition. The more liberal outlook, open to diversity, friendly to ideals of an extended commercial republic, is obviously associated with the founders of the American Republic, including the Federalist Papers, Lincoln's anti-nativism and opposition to slavery, a commitment to national economic development, and later versions of liberal nationalism and indeed liberal internationalism, often opposed by a more parochial and localist set of dispositions, friendlier to closed political communities, suspicious of remote political and economic elites and immigration. And this localist version echoes in the appeals of the anti-federalists, the American populists, the early 20th century, and at least some of Trump's working class supporters who formerly voted for Democrats. Now I'm going to focus mainly on the more localist conception here, which seems to be shared. You can see it in a lot of the ethnographic work and empirical work on these Trump voters. Seems to be shared by many of those rural and small town Americans who suffer economic hardship and community breakdown. This is a group that Robert Withnow has called the left behind. I think it's also associated with the deaths of despair that Ann Case and Angus Deaton have talked about in their book by that name. Again, a core democratic virtue, especially needed in these times of deep division, should be a commitment to trying to understand our fellow citizens, including our political opponents, sympathetically and from their own point of view as they understand themselves. So this is in part an exercise in trying to do that. This obviously does not render them immune from criticism, but it may help guard against a certain amount of acrimony that results from sheer cultural distance and mutual misunderstanding. All right, so I want to suggest that this as well, that this localist orientation towards citizenship is far from being all wrong. At its worst, it takes the form of parochialism, prejudice, and distrust of outsiders, but at its best, it represents commitments to neighborliness, civic activism, and concern for those around us. I'm going to take the more liberal, and actually in this context, somewhat more liberal nationalist cosmopolitan orientation as more or less given. I mean, I'd associate it obviously with John Rawls, the John Stuart Mill, but as I said, with Michael Walzer and many others associated with Reset, indeed. The virtues of the liberal outlook or orientation will be readily apparent to today's educated and professional classes, and they are real. They include the determination to rise above narrow prejudices, a generous openness to diversity, and a concern, a reasonable concern, as Michael Walzer just expressed, for the needs of distant others. I'm not thinking of the liberal orientation as being extremely cosmopolitan in the mode of many progressive academics these days. Now, I described some of these in the book that Volker referred to, which I went ahead and took a picture of it, Liberal Virtues, Citizenship, Virtue, and Community, and Liberal Constitutionalism, and that was me back then. If I could only get a haircut, I would look exactly like that now. Not really, but anyway. There I sort of put it this way, reflecting in some ways the positive side, but also indicating to some degree the negative side. Liberalism holds out the promise or the threat of making all the world like California, a commonwealth of yuppies. Put that somewhere else. Liberal society is a smorgasbord of exciting possibilities, a society open to change, diversity, and unconventional lifestyles. But things of value may be lost, stronger forms of community, deeper forms of allegiance, a simple life in small, homogeneous communities. So like localism, this kind of liberalism can also have its blind spots and a negative variant, transient, aloof, oblivious to one's privileged class position, and disdainful of the habits and mores and concerns of working class communities. Yesterday, I put up this speech by Tony Blair that to some degree illustrates this rather striking speech in 2005, quoted in David Goodhart's book, The Road to Somewhere. I hear people say we need to stop and debate globalization. You might as well debate whether autumn should follow summer. And then he goes on to say, the character of this changing world is indifferent to tradition, unforgiving of frailty, no respecter of past reputations. It has no custom and practice. It's replete with opportunities, but they only go to those swift to adapt, slow to complain, open, willing, and able to change. And for the rest of you, I guess you can forget it. So it's a marvelous quotation. So in any case, I think both the localist orientation and the more liberal national cosmopolitan orientation have both positive and negative variants, and we might do well to try to understand their positive variants as in some ways complementary. All right, so I want to suggest that there could be payoffs for political theory in trying to repair did I get that right here? Yeah, that's right, okay. In trying to take localism more seriously. We actually had a very good PhD student, Trevor Latimer, who wrote a very good dissertation on this, and this part of what made me think of it, but also reading some of this work on Trump Democrats. I mean, arguably the dominant body of normative research in political theory, argues that, just as Michael was suggesting, citizens have special obligations to one another arising from their particular relationships they share as members of collectively self-governing states. You call this a kind of liberal civic nationalism or social democracy of the sort that Michael defends. Rawls obviously described this as well and associated it with sharing a basic structure of institutions through which we shape one another's lives from cradle to grave, exercise collective responsibility over one another's fates. And Michael has emphasized social democracy and welfare state within a bounded nation state. And in recent decades, many on the left have pushed back against this sort of statist or civic nationalist view by pointing out that we have not only humanitarian duties beyond our borders, but also extensive cross-national relations of trade and cooperation governed by increasingly extensive and powerful multilateral institutions. So critics have pointed outward at our wider duties and obligations beyond border. We could think of these as kind of left cosmopolitan critics, and they have a point. No complete account of what we owe others as citizens can neglect the duties and obligations beyond borders. Shayla has done quite a lot along these lines, and I greatly agree with a lot of what she says. And the increasingly important relations we share with others on account of our interactions and transactions, our common problems like climate change and COVID, and the increasing institutional arrangements that we share at the global level. So any defensible liberal nationalism must have a strong cosmopolitan component. Yesterday, I described my own position as cosmopolitan statism. So liberals today, relative to those Trump Democrats and Trump to talk about, are actually moderate sort of liberal internationalists, I guess I would say very often, who support robust domestic welfare states and domestic redistributive liberalism. Think of Obama, Biden, the mainstream of the Democratic Party, but also liberal internationalism, what John Gerard Ruggie called embedded liberalism, according to which internationalism should be built on a foundation of strong domestic welfare states. So FDR and many other mainstream Democrats fall in this camp. And broadly speaking, so do sort of the social democracies of Europe, Scandinavia, Germany, France, the UK, have done a varyingly good job of preserving domestic welfare states amidst greater internationalization, though obviously the populist backlash is imposing pressure on that. The localist challenge that I want to talk about in a way matches this with a parallel criticism of the kind of liberal view, the liberal focus on the domestic basic structure. It's less prominent in the literature, but there we can see aspects of it arguing for greater recognition of the significance of subnational political units, states within a federal structure, cities and other subnational political units that define the bounds of subnational communities of one sort or another. I think there's some of this, and I haven't read her work in a while, but in Saskia Sassen, she's coming at it from a very cosmopolitan, progressive position, as I understand it, combining that sort of cosmopolitanism with a focus on global mega cities, which are centers of intense diversity and dynamism, a kind of cosmopolitan mega urbanism, as I recall. But the localism I'm talking about is not that sort. It's a kind of inward-looking nationalism tinged with xenophobia, no question, certainly at its worst, according to which the national government is supposed to guard the health of local communities, if necessary, via things like farm price supports, trade restrictions, immigration restrictions, and so on. Now, not insubstantial literature and political theory gets closer, emphasizing the moral significance of neighborliness, also forms of association in civil society as fonts of reciprocity and cooperative virtues. Not to say that this literature defends immigration restrictions, but does draw moral attention to the specifically moral significance of local community relations. That's obviously Tocqueville, Putnam, and Nancy Rosenblum in a fair amount of her work. Also some of this recent work that's being done on mutual aid in Brooklyn and London and elsewhere. Rebecca Solnit had a book on this. So less attention has been paid to the moral significance of these subnational community ties. And I think it's worth considering whether they've been unfairly discounted. There's of course a strong line of normative scholarship that associates ideals of democratic citizenship with local politics and direct and participatory democracy. Localist ideals of democracy often associate remote political institutions with anti-democratic elitism and a bureaucratic or technocratic orientation. Some of this in Sheldon Wolin and a lot of the sort of democratic critics of the European Union and so on. So, you know, again, whereas the founders of the American Republic favored a strong national government, sought to insulate many offices from direct electoral accountability, the anti-federalists, on the other hand, were men of little faith, as they've been called, suspicious of power removed from the people's direct control. And again, the American populists carried on in that tradition. And that resonates in some of the rhetoric and I think some of the orientations of some of those Democrats that switched to Trump, at least, and I'm going to draw your attention to some literature that suggests that. Okay, so what was that? Let me make sure I get through this previous slide here. Okay, that's right. So characterizing Trump Democrats, and again, I'm not talking about all Trump supporters by any stretch of the imagination. I'm talking about those who have gotten quite a lot of attention in the United States. And indeed, there's a Guardian article focusing on these formerly Democratic communities that switched to Trump in Pennsylvania specifically. There are a bunch of other works in political science in the US that describe these from the standpoint of survey research and also from the standpoint of ethnography. And I'm going to talk about those too, because you get very different pictures from them. But let me just note first that characterizing Trump Democrats as localists may seem to fly in the face of the slogan, "Make America Great Again," and his America First ideology. But one of the books I'm going to talk about by Moravchik and Shields, which is forthcoming, they were nice enough to send it to me, called Trump's Democrats. It's a very good book coming out from Brookings in late August. Argued that the interviewees that they spent time with in 3 such communities, Democratic communities that switched to Trump, give such slogans a localist twist, while allowing that for many being American is one of the few high status identity markers available to them. Making America great is interpreted partly in terms of, or at least centrally in terms of making their own community great again. And in this case, they're talking about 3 towns, Atumna, Iowa, Elliott County, Kentucky, and Johnston, Rhode Island, 3 small towns in rural counties. They further suggest that this kind of nationalist patriotism for these folks is as much about buying local as buying American. So I think I would complicate my contrast that I sort of talked a bit about yesterday by distinguishing 2 nationalisms in a way, the liberal nationalism that's comfortable with liberal internationalism in effect. So it's a kind of nationalism moderated by sensible recognition of our outward-looking cosmopolitan duties. Again, it seems to me the only defensible version of nationalism these days, but also a more localist nationalism that's more inward-looking and suspicious of elites, experts, and outsiders. And that obviously is much more the orientation of the kind of Trump Democrat localists that are described in some of the work that I'm going to talk about. Now, interestingly, at least interestingly to me, see if it's interesting to you, you get contrasting views of these Trump Democrats from differing research methods, something I've been very struck by. In survey research, which has been the dominant approach in political science, people do mass opinion surveys and then analyze people's voting behavior based on a combination of attitudes expressed and their income level, their education level, other demographic features that can be discerned from the data that's available. And then you get, a slice of people showing basically one factor or a couple of factors that interact to determine their behavior. And on the other hand, there's been a kind of a bit of a resurgence of ethnographic work, or what Richard Fenno called soaking and poking in his book Homestyle, which is basically more anthropological, spending time with people, spending time with them in their communities and trying to understand them from their own point of view and in a 3-dimensional way. And there's been more of that going on. And I mean, it's essentially what Tocqueville did. You get a very different picture from that approach of these folks. You get a much more sympathetic picture, in fact. So I'm going to talk about that just a little bit. I mean, one of the most valuable survey research accounts of Trump voters, and again, it focuses specifically on these Democrats that switched to Trump as Identity Crisis by Sides, Tesler, and Vavrick. They emphasize, that in 2016, white Democrats voted for Trump in the highest numbers where Latino populations had grown the most. Among white Obama voters with a high school degree or less, 22% voted for Trump. It's, again, quite a substantial number of those less well-educated Obama voters switched to Trump. And these were voters whose attitudes on race and immigration were out of step with the direction of the Democratic Party. They were most negative. And they argue that the diploma divide turned out to be accounted for by educations associated with distinct racial attitudes. And as one of the students asked me yesterday in my talk, this speaks directly to that, identity was preeminent over economics, according to this argument, also from sides Tesla and Babbitt. There was no strong relation between feelings of personal economic anxiety and support for Trump. Most economically anxious Republicans were less likely to support Trump if they felt personally economically anxious. Racialized perceptions of economic deservingness were strongly related to support for Trump. The sense that Hispanics and Blacks got special help from the government at the expense of whites and their kids. I put that word sociotropic in there. It's probably in the wrong place, but we'll just, it turns out that economics is important for these voters, but it's not personal economics. It's more a sense of the well-being of the community. But in any case, they're emphasizing that negative attitudes towards immigration, Muslims, and African Americans very strongly related to support for Trump, implying a maximum shift of 93 points, largely because of the power of white identity. So you get from this book, which has been very prominent, and it's a very good book, a strong sense that really what these people are is racists, and that their attitudes are racialized. And that's not completely wrong, but it has the effect of reducing people to that one dimension. It's a very good book. This is true also of the Abrahano Hajnal book, White Backlash, a similar survey study. Now, so survey research dissects voters' attitudes and values to discern which aspects seem to be decisive in shaping their behavior. People then tend to be presented or portrayed in that light, in light of that narrow slice of attitudes. And in a way, they're reduced to that attitudinal dimension. And I think that can shape the way we think about them. Now, if you look at the more ethnographic works, and these are not written by conservatives, these are all written by, liberal academics. One very good one is Politics of Resentment, Rural Consciousness in Wisconsin, The Rise of Scott Walker. This is just predated the research was based on before the 2016 election. It came out, I think, in 2016 or 2017. And she is from Wisconsin and spent time there. So this localist conception of citizenship comes into sharper view in this sort of case when we move beyond the survey research and yield a more three-dimensional picture of people. So I have a long quotation from the book here. Is that legible? Can people see that? Yeah. She says, if we boil rural consciousness down, and she's thinking of rural areas outside the big cities, away from, in this case, Milwaukee and Madison, in places that have seen some real economic decline and are fairly white and homogeneous. If we boil rural consciousness down to race, we ignore the ways in which these perspectives comprise many things: identities with place, a sense of oneself as a person of a particular place in a class hierarchy, identities as people with particular values and sometimes ideology. Resentment is operating because people perceive they're not getting their fair share. They're making sense of the injustice by resenting those they think are getting more than they deserve. Perceptions of who works hard and who is deserving are intertwined with race, neither separate nor synonymous with the simple distinction of white versus other. If we conclude that rural consciousness is just racism dressed up in social science jargon, it allows us to overlook the role of anti-government attitudes, preferences for small government here. Tea Party messaging appeals to racism and also resonates with many of the perceptions of inequality and alienation from government observed in conversations presented in that book. In this book, excuse me, or that book. Also, the Tea Party and the Making Republican Party, Theda Skocpol and Vanessa Williamson, again, they draw on survey research, but they also do they did a lot of interviewing with Tea Party voters. And they say the stereotype of the Tea Party activist as unreconstructed racist simply does not jive with people's more complex life stories, such as the very conservative white woman who opens her home to minority teenagers from troubled backgrounds, while insisting that US citizenship status should be a central determinant of access to public benefits and government services. Tea Partiers, like other Americans, sometimes show real sympathy for immigrants looking to work and get ahead, but they also frame their comments with stereotypical ethnic assumptions. And then, as I mentioned before, the Moravchik and Shields book, which is coming out, they make the point that economics does matter to these Trump voters, but it isn't so much their personal economic well-being and prospects, but rather the economic well-being of their community. And they argue, and this book hasn't been reviewed yet and so on, so I've just been sharing it with some of my colleagues. It'll be interesting to see how well it holds up. But their claim is that these voters have a more community orientation, and their views tend to be shaped by the perceptions of decline, the accurate perceptions of decline of their local communities, and are less reflective of their own personal economic prospects. They argue that these community level characteristics that seem to shape attitudes of Trump voters they interview are more important than their personal economic prospects. They argue that Trump voters are localists whose horizons of understanding economic concerns, sympathies, and conceptions of moral and civic community are local in orientation. And this is in contrast with college-educated Democrats who are more mobile, less rooted in their communities of birth, with identities more oriented towards their professional associations and achievements. I think I have it here. Of the localists that they have interviewed in these 3 Trump Democrat communities, Mravchik and Shields say their moral map is composed of ever-expanding circles of intimacy and community. This is almost exactly what Michael Walzer said a few minutes ago. Maybe he's a Trump Democrat, and I'm only kidding, I know he isn't. But their moral map is composed of ever-expanding circles of intimacy and community bounded by culture, ethnicity, and municipal borders. Natural ties and relations of reciprocity bond us most tightly to those closest to us. We can think of this as a set of sort of nested reciprocities, with the more local ties reinforced frequently and felt strongly. Similar kinds of findings are in Robert Withnow's book, The Left Behind, which is Decline and Rage in Small Town America. Again, the research preceded the Trump election, but it came out, I think, in 2017, 2018. He finds similar sort of findings. Citizens with localist orientation see themselves as embedded in concentric circles of relationships, with the most immediate ones being felt most strongly. I already showed that. So the local community itself has special moral significance for these folks, such that paying local taxes creates special bonds. Local taxpayers, they feel, ought to have a greater say within the community. People ought to buy local, keep their dollars in the community, and so on. And when Trump says, "Make America Great Again," people interpret that as saying, as including making my community great again. And these is small town America that's seen considerable economic decline as compared with the rest of the country. So I guess what I want to do is just to raise the question, and sort of concluding with this, of localism as a normative conception of citizenship. And I just want to lay out sort of several dimensions of the sort of our typical thinking about why it is that citizens have special obligations to one another in a national political community, and indicate that those sorts of considerations resonate in local communities as well. So perhaps, and this is partly a self-criticism, some of us haven't thought enough about how some of those moral claims might be disaggregated from national to local in certain kinds of ways. So we might say several features of localist orientation seem to represent in heightened form characteristic aspects of collective self-government that philosophers have often described as significant for grounding the special obligations of citizens. First of all, the basic structure of the kind that Rawls argues. We live in a federal and fragmented republic, and the fact is that some citizens' horizons are specifically local. Now, look, I think that the U.S. should be thought of as a national republic with subordinate subunits, that the nation state contains and shapes all subordinate institutions, and it should have the capacity, that is the national government, to override subnational units when fundamental liberal and democratic values are at stake. Nevertheless, the subnational units do exercise considerable authority. Citizens' moral lives are lived in relation to those subnational units, and indeed in conditions of when we're not very well ordered, as at the moment, and the federal government doesn't assume its responsibilities, the state and local governments take up greater responsibility. So in a way, obviously the national republic in which we would like to live remains aspirational in certain respects. And if we take seriously citizens' own understanding of their own situation, to some considerable extent, for many of them, it's the local institutions that seem to matter the most, to which they relate to the greatest degree. And the fact is as well that large republics like ours benefit from citizens dividing their attentions and concerns across levels of government. we benefit from citizens focusing on different policy areas and different levels of government. Everyone's attention is limited. So the fact that some people focus at the locus level, feel the most moral involvement at the local level, is actually quite helpful for the overall moral ecology of our national republic. Secondly, localism as intense and immediate reciprocity. There are scholars like Andrea Sangiovanni who have associated special obligations of shared citizenship with reciprocity coordinated and stabilized by law. That's a loose and incomplete characterization, but let's allow that many see relations of reciprocity within a self-governing community as giving rise to special moral reasons among participants in reciprocally cooperative schemes. So let's just note that the reciprocity that people experience locally may be relatively intense, evident to them, meaningful and consequential as compared with the rather distant relations shared by citizens of a national political community. Indeed, oddly, if you look at Peter Singer's discussion in One World, he's skeptical that there are, and I'm not saying he's right about this, but it's just in a way illustrating the reasonabless of this way of thinking to some degree. If you think Peter Singer is reasonable, I do, even though I think he's wrong often. He sees more reason to take seriously the special relations in local communities characterized by reciprocity than in national communities. He accepts that we may have, and I quote, special duties of kindness to our neighbors in those circumstances in which there are, and I quote, recognized systems of social cooperation in place. This in order to, and again quoting Singer, to encourage reciprocity, which makes cooperation and all its benefits possible. So we can have good reasons, according to Singer, to participate in social practices of reciprocal cooperation with neighbors and to regard them as giving us special moral reasons for action. So even an arch cosmopolitan like Singer is prepared to give weight to reasons of reciprocity, and it seems especially locally, and that the weight of those reasons depends upon the existence of social practices of mutual aid and mutual assistance, which generate reasons for action. This suggests that localists are not wrong to give greater moral weight to the local ties of reciprocity in places where norms of reciprocity are especially strong and embedded in social practices. Singer says different kinds of people, more cosmopolitan types, who when they run out of sugar don't go next door to borrow some, and who, and I quote, walk past their neighbors barely nodding at them as we talk on our cell phones to friends in other cities. Those cosmopolitan types will neither feel nor to the same degree have special duties of kindness to our neighbors. So the differing perceptions of moral ties and the significance of local moral ties may be in some ways rooted in realities of reciprocity. Then finally, additionally, localism and the virtues of small republics, just resonating with the tradition of political thought that focuses on small republic arguments as homes of civic virtue and mutuality and justice and so on. Wuthnow, as well as Moravcsik and Shields, described the local community orientation as normative, as places of moral obligation, as places where people both feel at home but feel obliged to communicate frequently with one another and to attend to local civic affairs. There's obviously these moral communities represent the shared way of life of residents. They generate social capital. They have many of the characteristics associated with civic republicanism and the way Rousseau's ideal of citizenship. People are less mobile. They're more stable. They spend more. They tend to settle down there and spend more of their lives in these smaller communities, as compared with cosmopolitan, high education coastal residents. The members of these rural small town communities, including the Trump Democrats, tend to stay put. It's true especially of those without a college degree. And of course, it's true that meaningful moral communities in general take time to develop, and many of the localists have especially deep roots in their communities. They have family ties that go back generations. Their families and other families have entwined histories, long shared history and ties in these communities, very similar to what my colleague Anna Stilts calls located life plans. These small communities are more equal. There's in fact less economic inequality there, but they also exhibit stronger norms of social equality as compared with wealthier, more cosmopolitan places. The wealthy play down their wealth and are expected to treat others with equal familiarity. This is all from the ethnographic works on Trump Democrats. People generally avoid conspicuous consumption because there's a greater expectation that we're all supposed to be equal. The community itself is fairly homogeneous. So there's a strong element of provincialism for sure, and the othering of immigrants and so on. But a certain amount of this, Wuthnow and the others emphasize that a fair amount of this, as you saw that with the Scotch poll as well, is attributable to the sense of economic threat that people feel, often misguidedly, that immigrants pose to the health of communities. Finally, localism's social bases of self-respect. Rawls describes the social bases of self-respect as among the primary goods that ought to be distributed fairly: income and wealth, education, equal rights, equal status and standing in the community. But this particular agenda, which would be made available and realized in ideal theory, may not be quite what people actually feel in terms of social bases of self-respect, especially if they don't have high levels of education, they don't participate in professional achievement and the material awards that are associated these days with higher education. The people lauded by Tony Blair may be the ones that seek the kinds of social bases of self-respect that go along with education, income, wealth, opportunity to occupy high office, and so on. But others who haven't had the benefit of high education, who are more rooted in their local communities and so on, and who have fewer forms of high status identity available to them, such as professional achievement and so on, will tend to find their social bases of self-respect in these local communities and in the identities that they support. So I just want to suggest that there may be some non-ideal, perhaps, but actual social bases of self-respect that are specific to local communities and that seem to resonate with these Trump voters. So this is just this is completely new. I've never done this talk before, and this is just comes out of some of this work. It pretty much ends what I want to say. I just wanted to sort of take this opportunity in thinking about the populist response to migration, the populist upsurge, trying to look at it more sympathetically and trying in a way to look more sympathetically at the concerns of those who have turned away from the Democratic Party, including their traditional supporters in the working classes, less educated working classes, and to think sympathetically about how we might think about them and how we might think about sort of appealing to them, compromising to them in the future, which I think is absolutely necessary to do. It's why people place their hopes in someone like Biden as opposed to some of the others that ran for president. So so that's the conclusion. Have we neglected some of these virtues of localism, moral significance, subnational unity? So these signs of society not being well ordered, I'm not so sure. That's a different talk. So that's the conclusion. All right, so I've talked to probably, I'm sure, too long already. Volker, I will cease.
Okay, great. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, 40 minutes, good. Now we have, I mean, we were planning to go until 4:15. Well, let's take 10 minutes. So let's go to 4:20 to have the discussion. Okay. Sophia, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. So if anyone has any questions, yes, who's speaking?
May I allow myself to start, because I must be in another Zoom meeting in about 15 minutes from now, and I am very sorry I have to leave the meeting today. So can I ask Professor Macedo a question? Thank you very much. Professor Macedo, thank you very much. That's a very thought-provoking, very inviting lecture, actually. And I will allow myself to ask sort of a provocative question, if I may, so I can invite you to speak more and share with us your knowledge. Concerning localism, isn't it really the case that the localism we see at Trump term is actually sort of the climax of something started with Barack Obama? In my humble point of view, Barack Obama paved the way for de-internationalizing American policy. I mean, I have in mind his foreign policy on Syria, for example, that passive, if not indifferent, approach to what's happening outside the American soil. So in my opinion, there is something that started to prepare a soil for that localism today, namely that sort of orientation toward de-internationalizing policy and making it more and more sort of national, which started at the time of Barack Obama. So maybe what we see today is just the climax of something that has been paved the way for, furnished for already. And I'm not saying this to defend Trump, by the way. I'm not a voter, but I'm just asking that question to see to suggest maybe there's a continuity actually there. There is something that, yeah.
Yeah, there's certainly continuities, and look, one of the things that's very, very powerful in the States and is distrust of the federal government in particular. I mean, it's another thing that was just mentioned in the New York Times the other day. People tend to have greater levels of trust and confidence in local forms of government. Now, that distrust has been sown. I didn't mention anything about Fox News or the media here. Scotchpole and Williamson emphasized that a lot of the views of some of these people are sort of just shaped by what they hear in the media. But the Iraq War, George W. Bush, disillusionment with that certainly shaped very powerfully people's feeling of being misled and distrustful and so on. So there are continuities with the past. None of the I'm following the empirical work on these voters and what seems to move them and so on. The sorts of things you've mentioned specifically don't show up. I mean, what mattered to voters with Obama was being black and the feeling that he stood for, this is among the Trump voters, the feeling that he stood for pressing, the accelerator with respect to some of the things that worried them. Now, in fact, his immigration policies were quite restrictive and so on, but it's images and so on and media portrayals that often shape these things. So I think there are continuities. Trump didn't come out of nowhere, and actually all of these things so very strongly. The fact is, immigration has been very unpopular among voters in most Western countries for a very long time. And Trump's policies are popular. He wants to move more towards Canadian-style immigration policies. Those are popular, and actually immigration is more popular in Canada on account of the fact that they've emphasized skills-based immigration preferences. I feel confident that has something to do with the greater popularity of immigration in Canada and their greater ease of doing multicultural policies. So I think there are continuities. I'm not sure that the Syria thing. I just don't think that resonated much with the American public, unfortunately. But I would say our military interventions in the past certainly have had an effect on trust in government for sure. Thank you.
Thanks. We have a question from Gabrielle. Gabrielle, if you can unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So very quickly, I wanted to ask you about let's say the size or the target level of localism, right? Because then let's say the most obvious could be maybe the political division, right, about voters. But then I was thinking, well, maybe this doesn't necessarily correlate with the sense of rural belonging that many of these empirical studies highlight. So just if there's like some city level, district level, or whether it's just localism at any such level, no, also national one.
It's a very good question. I'm not going to say much about that because it's a very good question, and Moravchik and Shields, have some discussion of that. They're looking at counties, they're looking at areas. They don't think it's rural necessarily. It's more small towns. There's no question. It's sort of vaguely defined and somewhat variously across these things. It's not the prosperous coast. It's not the cosmopolitan thriving cities. It's not people with higher levels of education, particularly, though some of the, obviously a lot of folks in these places do have college degrees. So it's somewhat vaguely specified for sure. But what some of these folks do is look at what Moravchik and Shields has done is look at three areas that were consistently Democratic. The county in Kentucky they look at hadn't voted for a Republican for president since before the Civil War and flipped to Trump. Never voted for Reagan, never voted for, but they flipped to Trump. So they're looking, they're somewhat cherry picking areas that are heavily Democratic, strong Democratic traditions, and they're looking to see why do some of those Democrats find Trump so appealing. So you're right, it's somewhat variously specified, and I would be happy to talk more about this offline. And it's something that the Moravcsik and Shields book and the Wuthnow, they specify in their own ways. I'd say they're overlapping specifications, but not exactly the same. But it's a good question.
Now we have a question from Stanislav. Go ahead.
Hi, Professor Macedo. I'd like to again introduce a theoretical wrinkle into your distinction between the different kinds of localism. There is state cosmopolitanism, and there is liberal or international cosmopolitanism, you might say. Now, could it be that what really bugs conservative localists about the cosmopolitan localists is how the yuppies use local institutions to pursue international culture? So like, when an artisanal mayonnaise shop opens up in Erie and the barbecue joint, the conservative localists see some bizarre European perversion being pushed on them out of their own thing, and in fact, at the expense of their own thing.
Right.
So
good American word like mayonnaise. Yeah. Go ahead.
So my question is an aesthetic one. Is the warmth that Professor Walzer identifies as the core of cultural belonging of the same kind in the conservative localism as it is in the cosmopolitan localism? Are those two aesthetics reconcilable? Or let me put it in slightly different terms. Could liberalism ever be nationally limited, especially cultural liberalism? How could cultural liberalism ever be inward looking in the way that the conservative localists want?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. It's slightly vague, but look, I myself have often thought that progressives' arguments and positions, especially on public policy issues, are weaker because they are too ready to discount the concerns of people on the other side. So I wrote a book about marriage a few years ago, which is a defense of same-sex marriage, but also a defense of marriage as an institution in a liberal democracy, and the defense of monogamy, again, in a liberal democracy as a feature of the basic structure. I think it promotes equality of opportunity and equality in social relations as compared with polygamy and the historical alternatives. So I think there are ways of bridging some of these cultural concerns. You're right, there are differences, and there are differences of taste, though, of course, we shouldn't exaggerate the extent to which these rural areas are completely immune from these international influences and cultural changes. And I'm sure they have their, versions of cafes that have some of those, new tastes and foods and so on and so forth. So they're conservative. There's no question. The homogeneity and cultural conservatism in these places means there's greater resistance to things like same-sex rights and same-sex marriage, for sure. So there are those cultural differences, but I do think they can be exaggerated, and there are significant changes taking place in these places around those ideas, those issues, more slowly than elsewhere. But myself, I tend to think that often the right answer involves taking account of some of the insights of some people on the more conservative side of the spectrum with respect to some of these issues. And I would say with respect to marriage and family issues, they're among them. There's a tendency among highly progressive types to not want to say anything about the advantages of two-parent families for children. But the evidence on that is overwhelming. Not to say that a single parent can't be a great parent. Obama had a single parent and did extremely well. His predecessor had two loving parents, and I don't think did so well. But anyway, but nevertheless, on average, there are advantages. So I think there are ways of bridging this in different ways, and I think the real danger is, frankly, that a lot of some of our differences are exaggerated these days because of the horrible polarization that's taking place. I don't know what the answer to that is. A lot of it's media driven, but it is deeply problematic. And so part of what I'm trying to do is to suggest ways of getting past that a little bit, at least. Nothing is going to cure it. A lot of it's structural, but we need to think about it as a central democratic virtue, I think.
I think political science doesn't take enough time to consider the aesthetics of this conflict.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Stanislav. I think
it's a good point. I'd be curious to hear more on that if you want to send me an email. I'd be curious to what your suggestion is. I'm sure you're right about that. Look, what everyone's emphasizing now is that it's not, in a way, objective. You know, it's attitudes and identity. Identity rules these days. That's why you probably know this. The side sales of book is called Identity Crisis. In a way, this is a post-Aiken and Bartel's book, where it's not the left-right conservative versus liberal spectrum that's driving these things. It's identity markers of various sorts. So you're no question there are aesthetic dimensions to that for sure.
Yeah, I think we can take one more question.
Well, we had a question from Professor Ben Habib, and I don't know, she was having a bit of trouble with her microphone. Professor, are you there?
Let's take that, and then Shayla.
I think that there's a problem because I don't even see the.
No, I can see.
Yeah, but there's no icon for her microphone. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
She shut up. Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
I can hear you.
perfect.
Hey, Shayla.
Hi, everyone. Nice to see you. Great to see you, Steve. Really interesting, informative conversation. But several remarks. You and I talk about this all the time. But first, a comment about cosmopolitanism, then something about immigration, then something about decline of local communities, okay? Mm-hmm. About cosmopolitanism, I think that it's really enough for intellectuals to keep beating up upon themselves. So let's try to be more theoretical about this instead of engaging in this sort of status hatred. Cosmopolitanism in the Kantian tradition, okay? And Martha Nussbaum is doing something completely different with it that has very little to do with Kant. In the Kantian tradition, it means two things, and then I would add a third. The universal moral worth of all human beings, which is a proposition in moral philosophy. The entitlement to rights of human beings as a world citizen, okay? And the third dimension, which is not found in Kant, but you could expand it, that Anthony Appia and I talk about, that is the fact that cultures are hybrid, and that cultural innovation, renovation, continuation of tradition always also includes cultural exchange and hybridity, and that pure cultures are ideological illusions, okay? So these are three theoretical propositions about cosmopolitanism. The rest of it is just chit-chat in the feuilletons, etc., and a very significant cultural trope, but I don't think it gets us much. I don't think you disagree with this, really, because you are a liberal internationalist and we are very close. Now, to come back to the question of immigration, we've all been thinking about this. Volker asked Michael Walzer the issue of how thick the boundaries of community should be. And Michael Walzer's argument in Spheres of Justice many years ago was to say that the right of self-determination also includes the right to close borders. Well, the right of self-determination in a world order includes also negotiating borders on both sides, both entry and exit. I don't believe that states have univocal rights in international law over their borders. But this is not an open border position. It's just a plea for us to situate the state within an international community and look at what has happened in international law. What does that mean? I'm sorry. What does it mean? It means, first of all, we have to ask about our obligations to refugees. And I'm sorry, the Trump administration, and this also started before, America violates international law and America violates its own law because it can. Because it is a superpower, a hegemon, which is extracting itself from international law and obligations increasingly. I have no patience for us saying, well, it is maybe the refugees' fault. No, we are violating domestic law and international law, which is the 1951 Geneva Convention. So that's one thing. The other thing is, what about immigrants? You're open to the proposition that actually a certain level of immigration is necessary and desirable. I completely agree with you. I think the one critical issue is family unification.
Yeah.
Okay, the Trump administration, they're trying to knock that down as well. Again, you can have an immigration policy based on market considerations, skills. There's nothing against human rights about that. But if you knock family unification down, you are violating international rights and standards. So there is a range as to, you know, what is discretionarily possible for states. I mean, if Italy wants to have 5,000 doctors from Albania and not have 200 academics from USA, fine. That is Italy's discretion. There is no rights violation, and we as theorists don't have anything to say about that, or not much. Third point, and I do apologize for going on a little, but this is a good conversation and I was quiet listening to Michael. Local communities. I think that there are two issues here. One is the theoretical principle of subsidiarity. And I'm very sympathetic to subsidiarity, and you can even reconcile subsidiarity with the Habermasian principle that all those affected by certain decisions should have a right to be participants in it, right? The European Union accepts subsidiarity as an operational principle. Now, which local is the local? I think the fellow before too asked the question, where do you draw the line? Is municipal, county, but subsidiarity, I think, is a very good principle, and I would agree with you in your emphasis. The very final point, and I do apologize for having gone on. Look, America is in bad shape. We are in very bad shape. I mean, for the first time, a lot of people that I know, including myself, are worried whether we are going to be a republic for long or whether the Republican institutions are going to collapse. So I agree with you, and I agree with your anxiety about it. But my only concern is that the economics also of these local communities and their decline are a bit more complicated. And maybe I can use an example from Italy to explicate the situation. In the 1980s, I lived in Germany for a long time. The northern part of Italy, the Toscana, the old farmers were selling their farms because it was no longer a way of life. Who were they selling it to? They were selling it to German yuppies who started moving in to northern Italy, to the Toscana in large numbers, and started cultivating. Actually,
Volker, is that your family?
Huh?
I said, is that Volker's family?
It's not. It's not.
Volker knows this. Everybody knows this. But you see, we are seeing something similar here in the Berkshires. I'm in the mountains here in a small town of 421 people. People from New York and Boston who come here for the summers. What did we do? We renovated old barn houses that are falling apart. We brought in the internet. And who benefits from the internet? The local community and aging people here who are aging and who can now talk to each other when they're here in the winter. We're not. So this business about local communities and how what our contribution is as high income earning city dwellers who come into it, I think the economics is just as important as all these issues of identity. And okay, sorry to have gone on.
No, I appreciate that, Shayla, and it's very useful. I've written this down, and I'll get back to you. The cosmopolitan point I completely agree with. I describe myself as a kind of cosmopolitan statist. It has to be a strong cosmopolitan dimension. So everything you said about that is right. You're absolutely right. We're not taking our refugee obligations seriously and violating international law. I agree with that one too. Family preferences, however, no country in the world has as extensive family preferences as the United States. No one.
It used to. It used to. The Stephen Miller in the Trump administration is changing.
Okay. But the law, I'm talking about the 1965 law that's governed U.S. immigration since then, which was not predicted to increase immigration, not predicted to change it had unintended consequences, and it's certainly eligible for reconsideration. What worries me is that the Democrats and progressives have moved further left on a lot of these issues. In 2013, every Democrat in the Senate and President Obama supported a compromise bill that contains a lot of the elements that Trump talks about in different terms, but including moving towards skills-based immigration and curtailing family preferences, but also border security and other things. Every single Democrat voted for that as part of a compromise to get regularization for the 11 million and to try to get this off the table as an issue that was empowering the right. And I just worry that people are moving quite far to the right on that. So the family reunification policy is eligible for, it's not in any way required by international human rights. Spouses and immediate children, yes, but nobody's talking about changing the preferences for spouses and children. The local community stuff, again, I do think there's a kind of some of this is objective, some of it's being driven by attitude, and I do worry that part of this response has been the thought, and I think this applies to your position as much as mine in the past, that there's too much coming in a top-down way from elites who see themselves as benefiting these local communities, but who the local communities feel don't respect them in various ways. And I think sometimes there's a reality to that. I had that Tony Blair speech that I put up before, and one could put up others from Clinton and so on. So I think somehow in a democracy in particular, all I'm trying to do is to understand these people from their own point of view and in their own way. Now, I think it undoubtedly is true that when well-off cosmopolitans go to these rural areas and bring the internet and spend their money and so on, it can be good for them. But they also have the right to vote. So I think it behooves us to take seriously their concerns in their own terms and to try to find, and this is actually where I was, Jenny Mansbridge and I agree on this, to render their concerns in the most reasonable terms possible. So that's what I've been trying to do. I agree that localism comes in many forms, and we need to think exactly about how to sustain it. But I do note, based on this ethnographic literature, that the feeling that people are being condescended to and spoken down to in these areas is very strong. And they associate that very strongly. Now, some of this is just Fox News and so on, pushing this stuff, but they do associate it very strongly with educated elites at Ivy League schools. And I just think it's a matter of concern because these lower educated working class types make up a very substantial portion of the electorate. And somehow we need to change the results of these elections. So, in any case, but I appreciate those comments, and I have a lot of sympathy with with them. So yeah.
Thank you, both of you. We did actually have one more question from a student, but we are running out of time, and it was quite quite important. I mean, it's quite a long question with a lot of points in it. So if it's okay with you, Professor Macedo, I would email it to you with the student in question and copy, and perhaps you could carry on the discussion that way, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely,
so
of course.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. I would suggest, given that we are 20 minutes late, let's have a 10 minutes break and continue around 45, okay? So have a 10 minutes break, and then we continue with Avishai and Chunrong.
Okay. No, Margalit. Tra quanto ricominciamo, Sofia? Sofia, tra quanto ricominciamo?
Giancarlo, 10 minuti ha detto Sofia.
10 minuti? E Margalit c'è?
Margalit arriva.
Ok,
Margalit arriva.
evviva.
Sì, sì, tra 10 minuti ci rivediamo.
Sta andando tutto molto bene, mi pare.
Sì, molto interessante.
Very well.
Molto.
Ma i presenti, Sofia, i presenti sono studenti per lo più, a parte gli speakers?
E allora, diciamo che nella lista di panelist in cui ci sono gli speaker ho incluso anche gli studenti, in modo che possano avere un'interattività in più, diciamo anche l'opzione video se fanno domande, però fra attendees c'è un po' un mix, ci sono professionisti, studenti anche, insomma chi è interessato. Qui c'è più un...
Meno partecipazioni del solito? Abbiamo 34 più 36? 70, non è male.
No, no, oggi siamo arrivati a 80, 80 e passa anche.
Bene, più
Sì.
che in presenza forse, vero?
Siamo
Sì,
arrivati a
all'inizio.
80.
Sì,
Siamo arrivati a 80?
Sì, sì.
Giancarlo, è quasi più che in presenza o sbaglio?
Buongiorno Giancarlo e Sofia.
Buongiorno, professore.
Chi sei?
José.
José.
Sei cos'è? Sei il nostro cos'è? Il nostro presidente?
Ah, you ask. I'm here and everything, but I'm out of my screen.
Ah, you are. Voilà.
Yeah. Again, these are all nationalists. I'm sorry.
Parla in italiano, José.
Now I recognize your voice. Yeah. But
Okay, I'll let you. I'll listen to all of you, and I'll participate tomorrow.
See, I lost the view option. Voilà.
No, Leti, lo so, ma che dovevo fare? C'era Giancarlo che stava facendo domande. C'ha ragione. Aspetta.
All right. I think we should go on. Avishai, are you there? I can't, you wrote to me that you would be connected through Roof, but I can't see you in the panelists list. In case you're there, just make us a sign, give us a sign. Sophia, are you? Okay. Well, just perhaps just 1 other minute to figure out where Avishai is, because he wrote to me privately an email telling me that he would be connected through another account, through Roof. Sophia, do you see Avishai? He is connected with the account of Roof. I tell you the last name. You see him?
Hold on. Yes, here we are. Ruth Pinchover Hakon.
Ruth Hakon.
Yes.
Okay.
Should be here.
I see David. Hi, David.
Oh, here he is.
I'm see Avishai.
Okay, there is Avishai. I see him too. Can you hear us, Avishai?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
yes,
great.
Avishai, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see you again after some years.
Yes, absolutely. We didn't get any younger.
Well, you were younger. I was younger.
Okay, so Tiziana is going to chair this panel, and she's going to make the introduction. And okay.
And welcome to Margalit, Avishai, and Chunrong. Welcome. This evening we have 2 speakers, and Avishai Margalit is George Kennan Professor at the Institute of Advanced Studies in Princeton and Professor Emeritus in Philosophy at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. And the title of his speech is "What the Experience of the Kibbutz Communal Life Can Tell About the Debate Between Communitarianism and Liberalism." So I give you the floor, Margalit.
Well, thank you very much. I stopped being a Kennan professor some years ago, and I'm just a retired professor living in Jerusalem, but I have some background in the kibbutz. And my topic I shall start with a question that you posed. Are communities given or constructed? And then I shall tie it with the kibbutz problem, and then with a general topic about communitarianism and liberalism, if I have still time to say something about it. The context of the question about constructed vis-a-vis non-constructed was the Marxist analysis of ideology, namely that ideologies were sets of beliefs that try to defend and retain a status quo which is advantageous to the ruling class. And in order to retain the status quo, the advantageous status quo was presented as nature, as an immutable nature, something that came to be due to natural laws and its nature and immutable. And this idea of the immutability of nature goes way back and it is as old as the hills of Rome. You remember that the plebs revolted against the patricians in Rome, and they fled the city and were tried to be brought back by the argument that the patricians, that by the parable, that the patricians are like the stomach. And you remember that the organs of the body revolted against the stomach, saying that it's parasitic, it has no use. And then they discovered that without the stomach, the parasitic stomach that only eats, they get weakened and weakened. And then they understood the importance of the organ, which is called the stomach. Now, the idea was to present the body politics as a body, as a natural phenomenon, and the use of the patricians is very much like the use of the stomach. It's part of human nature, part of the body, part of nature, and it's immutable. To say that something is constructed is to challenge the idea that it's nature. It's not nature, it's changeable, and it can be changed. That's, I think, was the main idea behind the notion of constructivism vis-a-vis nature. Yet, we have the idea of natural language. The Dutch or English or Hebrew are considered to be natural languages, unlike Esperanto, which is a constructed language, or the languages of the computer languages, which are artificial languages. Namely, the Dutch language evolved spontaneously, unlike Esperanto that was created and designed by Zamenhof in a particular day. So a natural language is not a language that has no alternatives, namely, if we call tafel or what is table in Dutch, then it is still conventional and in that sense constructed, yet it's a natural language in the sense of coming to be in a spontaneous way and not as an out of planning or design. So when we talk about natural vis-a-vis constructed, we obviously try to see whether there are institutions which are more natural, like the family or the nation, let's say the Basque nation, whereas the football club Bilbao, the Basque football club Bilbao, is more constructed than the nation of the Basques. The Basques were involved somehow, whereas the football club is obviously designed and planned. So we should talk more what is more natural and less natural in that sense, in which the language, the Hebrew is a natural language, or the Dutch, and so on and so forth. This is crucial to the question regarding the kibbutz, since the kibbutz idea was basically to challenge in a radical way cherished institutions that were perceived as natural. For one thing is the family. The family was challenged by the kibbutz idea, especially by the founders of the kibbutz idea. And the family, the kibbutz, the commune, was meant to replace the family in a radical way. Children belong to us all. And the communal entity is basically the substitute for the family. The mother is a mere biological incubator, and there is a new form of life created by the kibbutz. So one institution, the family, and one institution, the kibbutz, were right away in a clash between something that looked more natural, like the family, and something more constructed, far more constructed, like the kibbutz, although the kibbutz tended to present itself as an organic unit. But it was artificially an organic unit and not a natural one the way the family was. So the first clash wasn't the individual vis-a-vis the collective, it was the family vis-a-vis the collective. Now, saying that something is constructed doesn't mean that it has feeble existence and can be changed easily. One can be drowned in Nasser Lake in Egypt, although it's an artificial lake, the way one can be drowned in a natural lake in the Sea of Galilee. Indeed, the kibbutz movement was founded, the first kibbutz movement was founded 111 years ago, Dgania, on the shores of the Sea of Galilee, on the Lake of Galilee. And they didn't drown, and they didn't walk on the water like someone else who walked on the water in the Sea of Galilee, and preached for a communal life and substituting the family with friends. And that's Jesus trying to create and ask he recruited his disciples from the shores of the Sea of the Galilee. And he recruited this and told them to renounce their family's connection. The father, and let them leave. He asked them to leave their parents, and to come and follow him. So the kibbutz movement wasn't influenced directly by Jesus, but it was influenced by an intermediary chain, and the chain included Tolstoy communal communes in Russia. And the communal life, the Tolstoyan communal life, had the idea that Tolstoy actually was the one who conceived it, that we can be redeemed by toiling the land and by simple life and by love and in a community, in an unselfish way of life, thinking about the others in the community. And this had a tremendous influence on the pioneers, as they call themselves, who came mainly from Tsarist Russia, from the Tsarist Empire, sorry, and came to Palestine. And the Tolstoyan communes were very much on the mind. Now, I mentioned this incident, and it has to do with my topic about communitarianism vis-a-vis liberalism. Communitarianism became a term to designate a certain type of criticism of Rawls' liberalism. But that's a newcomer. Communitarianism, I have more in mind the anarchist tradition of communes and communal life, and the way they perceived the relation between the individual and the collective, with the idea that what is on the way on creating meaningful communes that people can share as equals is the state as an oppressive organ that should be get rid of. So the anarchist tradition that the kibbutz founders knew was mainly the communal life that Kropotkin conceived and Tolstoy that I mentioned, and less those in the West. That was the main source of idea. And the kibbutz was basically an anarchist endeavor in shaping new form of life among Jews by creating a community, an agrarian community, where agriculture was the main form, the main task to be performed, and the redemption, a Tolstoyan redemption through toiling the land was the idea at the beginning of the kibbutz. So, indeed, by being connected to nature, and Jews suffered mainly for lack of connection with nature historically, suddenly there will be a total change in the form of life and creating a new form, redemptive form of life, almost messianic as the messianism of Jesus not far from Ganya. The context, of course, and the influence was more of Hasidic movements, and the word kibbutz came from the Hasidic movement. It was confiscated for secular reason. It's a gathering of a religious community, and here it was a gathering of people with an aim to redeem themselves through communal life. But then there is another task, and they right away endowed the kibbutz with a task. It was a task-oriented community, not just inward looking, but they were the avant-garde of the Jewish people, the avant-garde of creating new Jewish way of life. And here I would like, before I go on, to make a huge disclaimer. It's hard now to believe that Israel enchanted the democratic left years ago. And the kibbutz was the ashram of the democratic left till 67. And then the disenchantment with Israel and the kibbutz were an outcome of the occupation over the Palestinian. And the occupation changed the situation, and the disenchantment created a sense that at best, we don't want to hear more about them and don't want the kibbutz to be a showcase for this occupation. So I know that there is a reluctance to hear about the kibbutz, not because it lost its interest, but it lost its moral grip because Israel lost its moral grip. So with this disclaimer, I still want to go and think and rethink about the kibbutz experience. As I said, the first kibbutz was Ganya, And like in Jesus' case, it was created by 12 people. There was an imbalance there between men and women. Most of the wave that created the kibbutz movement was in the Zionist history called the second wave. And they were a product of the Russian Revolution, the first revolution in 1905. And very much saturated in the discussion of the socialist movement and the populist movement in Russia. And this was basically part of the worldview. Liberalism, Israel, well, let me say, Israel was a junkyard of all the ideologies that you can imagine and some that you cannot imagine. Liberalism wasn't one of them. Liberalism was understood in the Central European sense of creating a strong state against the church. So in the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, liberalism was basically an etatist, so as to create a strong state against the church. Liberalism in Israel wasn't part of the repertoire, at least not of the strong socialist movement that created the kibbutz movement and the labor movement. It came later. By that I mean liberalism in the sense of the relation between the individual and the state. This wasn't part of the discussion, and what I try to do is to ask what the relevance of the kibbutz movement, if at all, to the liberal thinking and the collectivist thinking. The kibbutz, as I said, has a long history, is long on history and short on population. Namely, today the kibbutz movement consists of about 1% of the Israeli population. There are 276 kibbutzim, and only 70 of them retain the old-fashioned participatory and the egalitarianism of the old type of the kibbutz. And the rest have all sorts of arrangements of communal life that basically relaxed two principles. One, total economic equality, and the other, self-governing. The kibbutz now, in those kibbutzim, most of the kibbutzim went through processes of privatizations of aspects of the life, but all of them retained one thing, is mutuality, namely looking after each other as a prime principle, taking precedence over ownership, over private ownership. You have to look after the others before you look after your private ownership. That's, I think, is retained, but they introduced differential salaries and other modification that changed the kibbutz quite considerably. Now the question is, when we talk about the kibbutz, there is a systematic ambiguity here between the kibbutz as an idea, an ideal, a normative idea, and the kibbutz as a sociological, concrete entity. And we usually vacillate between the two. People were always in love in the kibbutz that was and never in the kibbutz that is. The normative aspect of the kibbutz, they always thought that was diluted through time. It's not, it wasn't always true, but it was basically true. Now, I'm not talking about, I don't want to use the kibbutz as a nostalgic parable, but to ask as a living experience, what can it tell us? When I say the idea of the kibbutz, when there were several ideas connected with the kibbutz life. One, it was the avant-garde of the national movement of creating a state for the Jews, eventually. But it wasn't a state that they talked about, but a federation of communes, namely the kibbutz movement as a model for new Jewish life. This was an aspect. Another was internally, namely creating an anarchist, egalitarian community. Later on, the kibbutz movement, especially after the foundation of Israel, the kibbutz movement lost its leading role in the Israeli society and became an ambiguous entity with some sections of the society, especially now the right. And but the kibbutz still retained, after the foundation of the state, retained a posture of a gentry, of an agrarian nobility, serving in the army in the elite unit, leading the formative units in the army, and having a role, or in having a role in building communities that are leafy, with life which are quite attractive. This later on became even an ideal of what is called quality of life ideal. So there were transformation, but mainly it reflected the loss of grip of the kibbutz movement on life in Israel. This is true about the left in general, but the kibbutz, but especially about the kibbutz movement. Now, the paradox is, and this is now the second theme that I want to deal with. In the first was about constructed, non-constructed family in the kibbutz vis-a-vis the kibbutz. The family vis-a-vis the kibbutz, as I said, was right away in a clash. There was a revolt against the idea, mainly by women in the kibbutz, against the idea that children belong to the kibbutz and they have very little to do with them. But the main manifestation that the kids belong to the kibbutz and the unit is the kibbutz was in the children's houses, namely that all the children stayed together and I raised together in a children's house. Not in all the kibbutzim this was the idea, but in the kibbutz movement. And this, by the way, created with many of the kids who lived in who experienced the kibbutz, scars, deep scars sometimes, how they were frightened at night, when they were left on their own only with a guardian and not in the family, and so on and so forth. So, but the tension was, as I said right from the beginning, is whether the families will dismember the kibbutz or not. The suspicion was that family is a bourgeois construct and the kibbutz is the wave of the community in the future, and the tension was right away there. But it lasted, and it was modified in both ways. The kibbutz modified its way with the families, and the families with the kibbutz, and there was some kind of an equilibrium. Then there was the issue of the individuals and the kibbutz. The anarchist idea, in all its forms, and I talk about whether it's Proudhon mutualism, whether it's Godwin, whether it's Rockert, whether it's Emma Goldman, all of them thought that the ultimate aim is the self-realization of the individual. But the kibbutz was collectivist in a very strong sense. And the tension between the collectivism in the kibbutz and the individual became very tense and strong indeed. Since the kibbutz movement was a task-oriented movement, in its heroic days, it perceived itself as a community of sacrificers, people who sacrifice their private life for the community and for the nation. And therefore, self-realization became a sort of indulgence of spoiled brats rather than the ideal that the whole community should work for in order to establish a form of life where people will exercise their potential to the full. Those words, they retain the words, but the kibbutz became collectivist in a very strong sense. Now, right from the beginning, as I said, the idea was toiling the land, being peasants. This it sounded noble, and it was noble, but it had some terrible consequences. One of them, in order to toil the land, you need a land. And in order to have a land, the idea then almost logically, you can get it from the Arabs, from the natives, Arabs, Palestinian Arabs who lived there. And the point and the question is, can you toil the land and create kibbutzim and other forms of settlements without disinheriting the Arabs? The Jews in the diaspora, in exile, had the social structure of a modern state. Intellectuals, more than farmers. In the kibbutz movement, suddenly the idea was to change the pyramid, the social structure that the Jews had. And instead of creating in Israel an advanced society based on science and industry, at the beginning, the kibbutz thought about agrarian form of life as the best form of salvation, actually. And I think that this tension between the Arabs and the Jews in Palestine is partly due to the romantic idea that you need land in order to be saved. Instead of living in towns and creating advanced industry. Now, this is obviously a counterfactual. I don't know what would have happened had they didn't believe in this romantic idea of toiling the land. But I think that it's a troubling idea, and it's lingering still, at least in my mind, in the minds of others. Now, the kibbutz, as I said, had tremendous role in shaping the labor movement in Israel. And the labor movement in Israel was the founder of Israel. And by the labor movement, I don't just mean the communal life in the kibbutz movement, but I mean the Histadrut, the trade union, General Trade Union Federation, and the workers' economy. The public economy in Israel was of the size of the public economy in Poland under communism. About 60% in Israel was under public ownership. It all changed, and the downfall of the kibbutz movement coincided with the downfall of communism in the Eastern Bloc. It was part of this almost the same move. The causal relation are problematic, but at least it coincided more or less at the same time. In the 80s and 90s, and especially after Begin came to power in the late 70s. So the kibbutz should be viewed not as an isolated sectarian, little sectarian experiment, but as part of a much larger picture, namely the labor movement. And the labor movement was an impressive movement, but it lost its grip for various reasons. One is the waves of immigration to Israel, and one, obviously, the main reason, perhaps, especially in the case of the kibbutz, is the destruction of European Jewry. There were 100,000 people in communes in Europe waiting to emigrate to Israel to the kibbutz movement. They lost their life in Europe, and the kibbutz lost its reservoir and couldn't connect with a new wave of immigration from the Islamic countries to Israel. And for various reasons, they were atheists or perceived as atheists, anti-family, supercilious, arrogant. I mean, there were lots of reasons why the kibbutz movement couldn't connect. And they became more insular, more isolated, and lost its leading role. So back to the question, the big question, namely, what can it tell us about liberalism and communitarianism. Martin Buber said on the kibbutz that it's an exemplary unfailure, not a success, but unfailure. Exemplary in the sense that there is something to learn from the kibbutz, something important. I believed that the kibbutz, even in its current form, or perhaps even especially in the current form, has something to tell us about a human possibility. I don't think that there was as meaningful experiment in human life, in social human life, as the kibbutz movement, at least not in Israel. And what can it tell us? It could tell us something interesting, that the kibbutz can live communal life, egalitarian, completely egalitarian communal life, if it's very successful economically, or in heroic times when there is tremendous scarcity. It cannot lead normal routine life under normal economic hardship. There its weaknesses. So I do think that the kibbutz, the scale of the kibbutz and the scale of the experience maybe is not a worldwide tenable project now to create a federation of free associations like the kibbutz all over the world, as people in the kibbutz movement thought about themselves. And yet, it's still a human option that should be cherished and retained. And it's still a viable idea that should be considered and reconsidered in a rather gloomy world now. And I think I shall stop here.
Thank you very much. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. So we wanted to take a few questions now before we pass on to Professor Liu.
Yeah, perhaps Tiziana can. I mean, if she, perhaps you can do it together with Tiziana.
Yeah, sure. Are there any questions or remarks?
Okay.
Sure, there are. Marcella, maybe?
There are.
Hi, I would like to ask a question.
Hi.
Can I?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, Marcella.
Is anyone else? Can I go?
Yes, please go on.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Margalit. Also, thank you very much for this interesting and enlightening talk. I actually would like to ask you something about the kibbutz, not in its ideal image in a way that you have transmitted to us, in the sense that the picture that emerges somehow from your words is a sort of a kibbutz in the age of innocence. The idea of the kibbutz of 1905, of Ayelet HaShachar, of the Ganya, of the pioneers that came from the, from the Black Sea and installed themselves on the shores of the Lake of Tiberias. But I think that one element that we should also maybe consider is the question of nationalism, and also how this evolved within, even only considering the first 50 years of this institution, let's say from 1905 to 1955, without even going further. Because it seems to me that this ideal institution, that the only experiment that did not fail, as you said in the Martin Buber definition, also, I mean, had a very strong ideal potential, but was placed in a historical context where nationalistic tensions, where it became imprisoned in very strong nationalistic tensions, that some, and I'm not referring to myself, but someone today would call that an instrument of settler colonialism, which is not my definition, but I mean, the discussion is very fierce on this. So, for example, even only considering how the kibbutz in the 1930s became, the architecture of the kibbutz became, you know, the wall and tower way of building a kibbutz as fenced and as a defense institution, or how sort of the guards, the military guards were created there in the 1920s, not to mention the Jewish labor ideology as opposed to, as a redeeming ideology for the land and for the people. Not to mention the fact that in 1948, after the war of 47-49, kibbutzim incorporated Palestinian lands and harvests. So I'm wondering if this tension should not also consider and include the question of nationalism a bit more prominently. But thank you very much. That was very interesting.
Well, thank you for the question. And it's an obvious question in some sense. The kibbutz faced the problem is whether to be an exploitative society or disinherit society. Namely, since there was the kibbutz right from the beginning faced the problem that they weren't welcomed in Palestine. Before even nationalism crept in, they looked like the Muscovites, communists coming to this part of the world with the women with shorts. I mean, the whole thing was challenging right from the beginning. This form of life was challenging even before nationalism crept in. Now, there is no question that the kibbutz movement was entrenched in the Zionist movement, and moreover viewed itself as an avant-garde. But the idea was to create a community and a state of the Jews that will be an egalitarian state, a socialist state. And I think that people between the two, they thought first you need to create a state of the Jews, and this as part, and then obviously to create a model for this state of the Jews in the form of the kibbutz movement. I think that you are absolutely right. What you described, it all happened. And the kibbutz was part of the tension and part of the conflict between the Arab Jews, the Arab and the Jews in Palestine. But there is a great deal of retroactive reading of what actually happened in this tension. I believe that there are three views about Israel and the kibbutz movement. One is that what the Israelis think about themselves, especially the kibbutz movement at the beginning, that Israel was conceived in an immaculate conception. Then there is obviously the Palestinian view and others that Israel was conceived in sin. And I believe that Israel was conceived in an immaculate preconception. Namely, that there were illusions, deep illusions, some ideological and some part of life necessity, that created a huge tragedy and a huge conflict. But I don't think that to say that it was tainted, it was basically a community that went there to exploit the natives, this would be a terrible distortion of what this movement was about and what the idea was about. I don't deny your description. I deny that it was constructed so deliberately.
I think Professor Ben Habib had a question.
Hi, Avishai, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes,
okay.
I do.
There's hi, Howard. Good to see you again. I have a small empirical question to you, and then a larger point. You said something about how difficult it was to integrate Jews from the Middle East. You said Islamic countries, but mainly Arab countries, Yemen, Morocco, Iraq, etc. But weren't the Moshav religious villages that were trying to accommodate some of these communities? Or maybe I don't understand what the Moshav means exactly, but that's the question. I think your theoretical point, which is really worthwhile for us to think, and this connects to Steve Macedo, who spoke before you. I don't know if,
sorry.
Oops. Sorry, can you hear me? I'm seeing. Oh, okay. It is about values of the values of local self-governance and mutualism, right? The term mutualism kept coming up. And I want to say that, these utopian movements are important. They're important for democracy. They're important for the future. And you hear about mutualism today, but in whatever the Gilets jaunes in France are producing, there are, there's this idea of mutualist economy, an economic, a new system of the economy. So the idea of mutualism is by no means passé. And the other thing is that with the ecological crisis, the kibbutzim are also emerging as interesting laboratories. I mean, they have, in the meantime, they're very wealthy agricultural, but they did experiment also with sustainable agriculture, etc. So, I mean, who can deny the tragedy in Israel? But I'm just trying to see if there are elements we can pick up for thinking more about also some contemporary utopian movements.
Well, for one thing, the kibbutz movement, there were lots of communes in the world. Yeah. And the Jews who came to Palestine knew about them, at least in Russia. And they knew about others. Most of them were religious sects and religious sectarian movements. Here was a labor movement, and mutualism was basically an idea that was more extensive than the kibbutz movement. In the kibbutz movement, it was sort of it's in undiluted form. The moshav was another form. I would say it's like the kolkhoz and the sopkhoz in Russia, namely that one of them is a more sort of less harsher than the other or whatever. But the idea is that in the moshav there is ownership, private ownership, and the family keeps the household, the economic household, but people help each other, at least they used to have, and being guaranteed to each other. In the kibbutz movement now moved more or less into an in-between position. As I said, there are 276 kibbutzim, 70 of them are in the old model. and it's 1% of Israel, but it produces 10% of its GDP and 15% of its export. So in a way, it's a very successful movement economically now. And for now there is a new wave of kids who left the kibbutz and now coming back to the kibbutz in all sorts of forms. In order to answer your question, Shaila, about mutualism, you have to look at the whole structure of my sectarian life, namely the labor movement. And it was a total way of life. When even it was sports club, it was Istanbul, but it was one thing, namely the whole welfare network was established by this movement. And it was about, sort of the health system, the educational system. It was on the sports club on all levels. The labor movement created a whole form of life. So the kibbutz was an important part of it, perhaps the undiluted form of it. But it was a total form of life that basically was replaced instead by Israel disengaging itself from a welfare state more and more, and left it more to various sectors to look after the people, the religious community and other communities to look after their people. And then the whole social fabric of the welfare state in Israel that was led by the labor movement lost its grip, as I said. And the point is, I think, one thing that may still be a viable option in the foreseeable future is that the welfare state will in its socialist form, social democratic form, will regain its hold after perhaps, maybe it's another illusion, maybe after the corona crisis, people realize at least about the health services, the importance of this network, safety network, but a serious safety network that actually we had in Israel, of the kind that you find now in Scandinavia or in Holland, and not in other places, not in that to that extent in some other places. So mutualism is first of all a whole network of institutions, and both on the production level and on the consumption level. And I think that if you take the totality of it, namely of the labor movement, there is something to learn from the actual experience. The doctrine, the way it was justified was sometimes very poorly justified on theoretical line. But the real viable institutions were very impressive, I think.
Tiziana, I think there is Craig Colloon who raised the hand, and then we have one other question by Rui Marquez.
Avishai, thank you for a terrific engagement. I want to ask to go back to the first part of it, where you reflected on the issue of nature and constructivism and the various different senses of that distinction. And I want ultimately to ask how that matters for the more direct politics and practical tasks of the present, which you've been discussing in terms of how does one recover mutuality, social democracy, etc., but which have also been discussed in more directly political registers. So it seems to me that what you emphasized for us was the importance in the kibbutz tradition of transforming Jews, transforming a transformational project of making the potential subjects of what would become the Zionist national project, not merely finding them. It had this in common with cultural Zionism, although it didn't always have everything else in common. But this idea that in order to establish the good Jewish state, it was necessary to have a project of transforming Jews and Judaism. This, it seems to me, is shared with many, but not all, of the other kinds of communal movements that you trace as part of the background to the kibbutz, and indeed sometimes with nationalist movements. That is, the project is not just finding justice or practical viability for an already existing people, but recreating the people, making something new. And I'm interested in the implications of that for today. We often approach politics as a matter either of ideal arrangements or practical necessities. What should be the structures of citizenship? What should be the structures of subsidiarity? What should be all these structures? Or practical necessities, how do we make arrangements in the face of real serious tensions and challenges? Where does transformation fit in? Where does this project of remaking not just political structures, but persons and society fit into communalism, nationalism today?
I think that we should make a distinction that I try to draw between what I call more natural and less natural. As I said, the Dutch language is a construct, but it's a natural language in a way that it's not easy to change the Dutch language. And actually it's easier to change the natural kind Dutch cows by genetic engineer more easily than the Dutch language. So there are things that are harder to change, although they're human constructs, and there are things that are more amenable. I believe that institutions should be our subject of transformation rather than human nature as such. I do believe that there are things in human, that there is explanatory power to human nature, but we won't get into it. It's enough that there are things that even the constructivists believe that are harder to change and things that are less. The kibbutz wanted, there was even the use of the term, the new man here in a generic sense. And the idea was that envy and the possessive individualism can be overcome. It's a changeable trait that can be changed, radically changed. That the competitive nature of human beings, the enviousness, namely even the emotion, can be radically changed in a certain kind of communal life. And I believe that this is the wrong tack to take. Don't change the nature, so to speak, of human being, but think about changing institution. It's true that I think that people in Stockholm queue to the bus far more orderly than people in places in places that I know, that the problem is not the length of the queue, but how wide it is when people try to get into the bus. So people behave much better in where the institutions function, not because of changing human nature. And I believe that there were illusions about the radical change of human nature, really. And they, I think human nature in this confined sense, namely in the relative sense of nature that I use. So if you ask me, what should be the direction? What is the lesson of it all? Is simply to work politically and morally, not on characters and not on character traits and not on virtues, but on institutions and the institutional life. That's, I think, should be the subject, and that, I think, is more amenable and for change than human character or human nature, if there is such a thing.
We have one more question, written by one of our participants, who asks, like liberalism was a movement against the church, as you said, my question is if we can consider the kibbutz as a movement against Orthodox Judaism.
No, first of all, there was a strong movement, not a big one, but a strong movement of a kibbutz, of an Orthodox kibbutz, kibbutzim, and actually exemplary kibbutzim. It's true that the founders, and in most of the kibbutzim, there was a strong atheist. They were perceived as an atheist, but they basically tried to shape the cultural life, and the kibbutz was a main source of cultural life in Israel, according to the Jewish calendar. They reinterpret it, they try to give it a sort of more of a flavor of an agrarian community, but basically many of the ideas of even the language, the redemptive language that the kibbutz used, was they confiscated from religion, from Jewish religious life that they knew. They came usually, mostly, from areas in which the Hasidic movement was very strong, and hence even the word that I used, the kibbutz, came from this setup. So yes, the kibbutzim were now, when the Orthodox community in Israel and the ultra-Orthodox became suddenly sided with the right in Israel, with the right wing, and it wasn't so historically. It really wasn't like that historically. And it's hard to believe how actually dovish was the kibbutz movement in the old days, in the Orthodox kibbutz movement. But things change, and change quite radically. And I don't think that the contrast is the kibbutz. On the contrary, what happened with in the kibbutz movement, where they suddenly fell with the downfall of communism and the retreat of socialism in the world, many of the elite in the kibbutz, not the people that, not the common members of the kibbutz, but the elite, the intellectual elite in the kibbutz, actually turned to Judaism in order to try to find how they can reconnect and do something with it to their experience. So I don't believe that that the tension is inherent between the kibbutz way of life and the Jewish orthodoxy. But now, since everything is politicized to such an extent, the Jewish orthodoxy sides so strongly with right-wing nationalism that the left shrunk and became therefore the whole map and orientation, we became so disoriented in Israel that it's now to say the kibbutz is against or for, I think doesn't make too much sense. Things are very different on a very different dimension.
So thank you. I think we can, thank you so much, Professor Margalit, for your fascinating talk. And next speaker is Professor Chunrong, who is managing director of the Fudan European Center for China Studies at the University of Copenhagen, and is researcher at the Normative Institute for Asian Studies. So the topic of Liu Chunrong's talk is the elusive pursuit of spontaneous order, a normative reflection of community building in Shanghai. Welcome.
So may we say thanks to Avishai, and thank you a lot, and please stay with us tomorrow for the roundtable, Avishai.
Sure.
Tomorrow,
So,
see you tomorrow again.
And thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming.
Okay.
Slides?
Can you see my slides?
No, we can't.
Oh, somehow.
Please.
There we go.
It works? Okay, great. Well, thank you, Tiziana, and for a very nice introduction, and for all the organizers. I really feel honored and humbled for being with you in this program. And just now, I think Professor Margalit raised a fundamental issue about the nature of community, asking whether it is a natural order or constructed order. I mean, this is an essential debate in history of thought. And I think this also make a great point of departure if we put community in different political contexts. So I'm not trained as a political theorist, but so I have many years of experience in observing community life and politics in Shanghai. So I like to share with you some of my observations and reflections. So instead of talking about community of identity or memory, I'm more about the order of place-based community, where social interactions occurs and also shape people's identity. So yeah, so well, despite enormous debates, a normative debate, empirical debates, it remains unclear that what we called communitarian enclaves under authoritarianism, something I'd like to discuss in this presentation. And actually from the political experiences and perspectives from East Asia, we see that non-democratic regimes can deliver social peace, economic success, and political stability. And they also handle this pandemic and climate issues arguably quite effectively. Perhaps more tempting to think is that such kind of regimes are also promised to secure some rich and fulfilling communal attachments. If you look at Singapore, this is a very typical and much discussed phenomenon. So, using Lee Kuan Yew's famous words, that's less democracy, more community. Okay, so if you have more, if you have more liberal democracy, then you create a lot of problems. You also erode the communal life. This kind of arguments or justifications for a kind of a soft authoritarianism. And this is not to say that authoritarianism will not embrace individualism. Instead, there are a lot of different forms of individualism, as you can also see in China, private liberty. You don't see a lot of public liberty, but you have a lot of private liberty. And authoritarian rules very often discourage and crack down those communal lives. If you see those rural natural form of community, those kind of family in Maoist China, you see they were brutally cracked down as if they were perceived as a organized political threat. So the question, I think, is really about what kind of community, well, it's a normative question, to be embraced and under what political condition. And I think my observation in Shanghai, the city which experienced enormous transformation, you see a kind of structural transformation of socialist economy, and also urban transformation, globalization, neoliberalization, all those structural forces and shaping this city, which generates a kind of a lot of spontaneous and natural formed social life. Also, it is a party state, the authoritarian aspirations remain. So my propositions or arguments here is twofold. I think community building, which has been systematically promoted in China since late 1990s, can be viewed as a protective response. I'm using Karl Polanyi's thesis of double movements. So the authoritarian states is launching a kind of community building efforts as a response to the social risk associated with the market transition. So as to protect humans' natures as means of production from market forces. So my second related to this is that if we have a closer investigation about the orders of community life in urban Shanghai, we can see different forms of action structure. But there's I would like to defend or justified a organic statism, which has a kind of just institution through which spontaneous order can be grow, can be institutionalized under authoritarianism. So So to develop this theoretical argument, we of course we can trace back to we can draw a lot of political theories and essentially we can sort out three normative orders for community politics. So there's a classical liberalism, which assumes, of course, rational self-interest of the individual. And there can be a form of politics that is drawn from classical Marxism and the dominant mode, which assume that the dominant mode of production and its characteristic form of class struggle, which has been practiced in Maoist China, in pre-reform China. And what we can call or expect it as organic statism is speak to communitarianism. Okay, so assume that man as a member of a community and state structures, interactions, and community life. So this model of organic statism implies limited pluralism in the community. Well, the model of command socialism implies a vertical control and monist community. So it's not easy to see the post-reform China as a kind of which features some sort of double movement. On the one hand, after 1990s, when after China joined WTO, there has been enormous, phenomenal, transformation of the whole society, economy. Okay, marketization. Okay, efficiency-oriented reform, and those previous institutions has been deliberately restructured. So, and this led to a structural condition, which we could call a disorganized socialism. You can see the political structure remains, Leninist structure, but you see the social life and economic spheres. You see, they are dominated by different principles. Okay, and in social life, we see this kind of a moral crisis. What kind of value? Is it the socialist collective value is still relevant, or can Confucianism, which focus on hierarchy relationship, can be a source of normative, guideline of social construction? And you see this kind of individualization process, the rise of me generation, which demonstrates a kind of a social risk if we use Becker's thesis. And you see, liberal process in social life and non-state spaces. So on the other hand, there's a authoritarian aspiration of control, and in particular in recent years, you see there's a re-centralization, which is very phenomenal. So post-reform China offers a very, very interesting context for us to rethink the possibility of community life under authoritarianism. In pre-reform era, for those who understand this Chinese society under communist rule, there's a familiar pattern of social life which Andrew Walzer called organized dependency. So, and basically in urban society, people are all highly organized into the through the Danwei or the work unit system, and in rural areas, you have quite comparable institutions called commune. Right? It's all in one system, and you combine production of politics, economy, and social life together. And this kind of organized dependency, individuals namely depend on the state through whatever you kind of in personal network or institutional channels. It's highly dependent and vertically dependent. It's dismantled due to the introduction of market reform and deepening of globalization. So in the city of Shanghai, in the whole decade of 1990s can be called a decade of disorganized socialism. There has been a systematic decline of those workers in SOEs, state-owned enterprises. So they are free from this state-controlled economic institutions, and as a result, there has been massive unemployment, and so which in turn become a source of political challenge. It's a source of political conflict and unrest, and so the whole decades of 1990s. It's a decade of struggling for a new order, and it is and meanwhile you see this society, people are more, the family structure also changed. You could say the traditional way of family structure has been destroyed in a way, with the rise of a nuclear family, etc. So, but the complexity can also be found that people try to associate in another way, instead of through the state-led, state-prescribed channels. Things like this car club. The people, you have identity, you share the same brand of car, and then you form a community, and then you have a lot of activities, interactions. So this is a very typical, spontaneous order that people develop a kind of community attachment with each other and the solidarity, but out of the authoritarian control. And for those who travel to China City, you would be very impressed by those so-called square dancing. A lot of in particular those elderly, they reclaim a kind of identity in their social interaction, through this joint interest of dancing, in the public spaces. So these backgrounds, these structural reforms and transformations triggered a kind of systematic response from the state, from central authority. In late 1990s, the government started this urban community building program, which somehow modeled this special economic zone. Firstly identify some experimental cities as zones, and then gradually promote nationally. So the idea of community in China was actually traveled by Robert Park, when he studied Chicago, the nature of urban life. So when Park, visited China in 1920s and 30s, and he started to spread, share the, also communicate with Chinese sociologists about the Gemeinschaft, this kind of concept. And it remains a very interesting and fundamental concept for the so-called Chinese School of Sociology. And this has been, in late 1980s, actually, this concept of community, namely to build up people's connections in a place-based manner, was transformed into policy agenda in late 1980s. And Professor Ding Yuanzhu from the Peking University, he, among many others, intellectuals, advocates this new idea of a community, saying that this will be another great social reform, accompany the economic reform, So they have a lot of normative expectations on this. But interestingly, I think when the central authority adopt this community building projects, and they feel that they are so well, this is a kind of stability oriented reform, become a kind of stability oriented reform. Stability override everything. So community building become an instrument to maintain political, socio-political stability. Okay, and this is very well expressed in the city of Shanghai. From late 1990s, and the government start to revitalize community organizations, in particular the resident committee, a neighborhood council, which is a kind of agent of state power, and try to use and consolidate this kind of an administrative network, and use them as a channel to, absorb social pressure and also deliver community services. So this is what I think is a trend, what we call the fortification of state power in community. So also you have very systematic involvement of the party, Communist Party, as organizations, cell organization in the community. And of course, it provides a safety network to absorb the pressure from the socioeconomic reform. So from the states, community become a kind of magnets, which is expected to be a platform that through which state can establish this connection with individuals, and to form a kind of socio-political stability. And of course, in this process, you find a lot of state-led volunteer groups and discussion groups. This kind of empowered networks and volunteers, neighborhood watch groups. For instance, these athletes, they were organized into to maintain the public order, to line up, queue up when you go to public, when you go to bus. And so it's a kind of a very typical evidence of state-led community building. Okay, and certainly this kind of network, top-down and state-led community network, help create an infrastructure of the state power, so that in recent combat against the coronavirus, this network has played a indispensable role, and without this kind of a community infrastructure, you couldn't imagine how a city can be locked down, and how the people can be traced and monitored. And so this is a kind of enormous investment from the state. So but there are multiple alternatives. I mean, when state invests organizational resources and provides a lot of input into this community, there are how residents perceive it, and how local actors receive it and play with that. So in 2010, when I was still in Shanghai, and I was involved in a commissioned project with the local government to say, oh, Expo, Shanghai Expo, the main theme is better city, better life. And what about community life? They are really thinking a lot about that, because better city is not just about architecture, not about technology, not about economy, but also community life. And I was very interested to see a lot of new discussions, a kind of reflective discussions about how to offer a new order for community. And this is my interview with the leader of Shanghai Civil Affairs Bureau, and which impressed me so much. And she actually told me that, well, for a long time, the community building in China, in particular in Shanghai, has been suffered from a structural deficit. That is, we are not, people are not really visible to us. We put a lot of top-down investment, but we don't, engage this kind of self-organizing groups. You lack the, community of spirit of community. So, is this really a community we want to have? So, she said, community should be able to address the issue of relations. Okay, so this is the key to make a better life, and it is our job to offer a playground for these social interactions. So when she talked about playground, and this is really inspiring to me. So we actually select 21 kind of model community cases to discuss about how this kind of playground approach can be implemented. So I observe a lot of community practices, and to see how state is offering a new form of interaction. And instead of strengthening top-down, administration network, in many local practices, experiments, you see a kind of promotion of self-organizing initiatives. Okay, so it's not about to provide incentives for people to organize, but it's about to rediscover those kind of small groups in urban life, and invite them for a kind of discussion about common issues in the community. So I personally see this or read this as a kind of constructed communitarian enclaves under authoritarians. I think this is this shows emergence of a kind of new interaction order. Well, I don't have a lot of time to go more details, but the idea here is that there is a alternative politics. I mean, from this experience, I'm talking about 10 years ago. Of course, in recent years, the political climate has been changed a lot, and there could be new dynamics. But from my observation in this this period of transformation, we see a form of empowered autonomy, and people are encouraged to organize and join this, and compete with each other in the playground. So, and I think this shows a typical form, which we can theorize a bit, organic statism. And states must pursue as a kind of guarantee the end of common goods. Well, all the component parts, whether it is constructed or spontaneously formed, has a proper function in their own within the organic whole. So, I mean, this is very limited and grassroots level. And so each part have a sphere of natural action that state could not eliminate it. So, and I think this also speak to a kind of traditional norm in Chinese thought about harmony. Okay, so harmony is not possible, and community is not possible without differences, without a spontaneous order. So, well, these are some reflections on this experience. I mean, let me stop here and have your comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chunrong, for your lecture. And the floor is open to questions and remarks. I myself have a question for you, but I will wait for other questions and remarks.
Sure.
Can you just close your PPT?
Yes.
Tiziana, there's Craig. Craig has raised his hand.
So thanks very much for a really interesting and illuminating discussion focused both on Shanghai and China and on a more general set of questions in political and social theory, which you allude to are our old ongoing debates. I want to focus on one aspect of that and ask you more about questions of scale. So within the Weberian idea of the separation of value spheres, which you are broadly sort of deploying, politics, economics, society are separate. This is about the standing of society. There is an implicit issue, which in fact I will address a little bit in 2 days, but I want to ask you about, which is society allowed to scale up? That is, are the spontaneous community organizations you're talking about implicitly or explicitly prohibited from scaling up? This seems to me to have been a problem with the idea of the three value spheres from the beginning, that there was a clear scaling up with the state, a clear scaling up with capitalist markets, and an ambiguous treatment of society. On the one hand, it scaled up with various kinds of organizational structures and social movements. On the other hand, there was always a tendency to think it, especially through the language of community, as precisely not scaling up. In the Chinese case, I'm interested in how that works. This is not new with this wave of community organizing. The same sort of thing was in play 30 years ago around civil society organizations. What can they do? Or in the early, in relation to religion, or in relation to something like Qigong and the attack on Qigong. It's always seemed to me that it's not anything about the Qigong belief system or even its explicit politics. It is its attempt to create a large-scale organization that is threatening to the state and creates a problem. So how do you see this issue of scale playing out? And a last bit of it, in addition to an implicit prohibition on scaling up, is there also an implicit prohibition on extending norms or habits that are developed in face-to-face small-scale groups into other settings? The way that people used to say, oh, we develop a habit of democracy when we self-organize our activities as an affinity group, a car-centered affinity group, like your example. We take everyone into account. We should have the same sort of habits when we have a meeting about civil administration in the city. We should not have the powers dominating over everyone in the way they do. Or we should have the same sort of idea in the economy. We should not have bosses dominating over us. So there's also an issue about norms and habits.
Yeah, can I answer? Can I try to follow? Thank you so much, Craig. I'm a great fan of your theories, and when I studied sociology, and so great to hear this stimulating questions. Scale up is the possibility of scaling up. It's definitely a question that we have been thinking so much. Of course, under authoritarianism, you see there are well, state-society relation is not that kind of monolithic. I mean there are a lot of opportunity structures, so that this social organizing, the community organizing can penetrate. Well, state can certainly penetrate society easily through its established network, but under some circumstances, this kind of community organizing spontaneous organizing groups, they can also, penetrate states. And I have a case to study this. Again, in Shanghai, we published a book on many years ago called "The Chinese Society Along the Huangpu River," where we find a strong case that a charismatic leader who was something like what you said, qigong, a community. But she is very charismatic. She has a lot of followers in the community because she provides entertainment and also benefit for those athletes. So, but the thing is that she is a retired cultural, probably official before. So she has a kind of legitimacy. So this kind of agents really help community organizing. This kind of help them to set up agendas with communicating their ideas to the officials. But I see this, there are a lot of, there are extremely scope conditions on this case. And it's arguably it is because of his, charismatic leadership and the strategic capacity of this old lady that help, scale up the community organizing. But this is very unlikely to happen, when states, become more rigid. And there's also another way of scaling up, horizontally. So we used to think that the authoritarian system have some mechanisms that block this horizontal, engagement. But in the case, again, this case, we see this charismatic leader really help enlarge this, social participation. There is a possibility, but there are a lot of, institutional and structural constraints and strategic interactions. It's important not to see state-society relations as rigid, but something contain a lot of possibilities. And very quickly, well, when these small groups in the urban community, they interact, well, they might, for instance, there will be a lot of groups in urban community talking about pets. They call it pet group. They have a shared concern about how to raise pets and how to behave civically, not to prove everyone. So they regulate themselves, but they might also have some problem with those dancing groups. So in my observation, and community building in Shanghai, in some areas at least, they try to offer a kind of interactions for those groups to negotiate a order. So in this way, a kind of civic sphere emerges. So well, so this is a kind of a dynamic order, and I also think that this self-organizing capacity, due to the communication process, if we follow Luhmann's theory, can grow under a larger order. So I do have some optimistic views about this, the power of community organizing in general. Sorry for this long answer.
There's a few questions that have come up here in the chat. So if it's okay, I will read them. So Andabit Hailu Asefa asks, what do you think about the effect of Chinese authoritarian political and economic model on indigenous communities in sub-Saharan Africa?
Well, that's a big question, and actually I haven't scientific research on that, but well, authoritarian regime out of its own territory, how they treat communities, groups out of its territory is definitely something interesting. And one could argue that they can extend their domestic norms of control, externalize that. But I also see a lot of constraints about that because there's an agent problem, and there are so many actors, and socio-political context is so different. I mean, there is a mentality to do so, but there are social contexts that is very different from domestic situation. So when we talk about how authoritarian control externalized to those borders, to those territories that is not under sovereignty control, that is something really fascinating. But I don't have answers for that. Sorry.
And there's another question from Mateus Dresch, who's a student in summer school, who thanks you for your speech and says that China has had one of the best and fastest responses to COVID-19. It is, in my opinion, a result of the characteristic authoritarianism of the government that imposes several duties on its citizens, including now the duty to organize themselves, as you explained in the lecture. But what happens to those who don't want to organize and keep an individualistic posture within a society like that? How does the organic statism conceive its legitimacy to represent people and to impose duties? Are people able to question that legitimacy?
Yeah, that's a serious problem, and in this condition. I mean, if you from my perspective, from my understanding, the capacity of Chinese states in mobilizing its residents into mutual aid solidarity groups to report information and to offer help, horizontal help in this context is just amazing, and it's deeply rooted in its in some region-specific factors, and this also explains why some individual liberty has to be sacrificed for this kind of this approach of handling a coronavirus and in particular systematic crisis. So I think it's also a matter of this liberty, political liberty, how much you have in the society. So I mean, we can see this in a crisis moment, in an exceptional moment, where people, if we can talk about arguments, bare life, it's really exposed to state power. But I mean, in normal situation, there's, despite a very strong penetration states, there are still some forms of self-organizing, which go off the radar of state power a lot, and that is why in this ESPO better community, better city projects, they want to include. They want to create a playground so that people can join, and so of course people can refuse to join. Okay, so it's no longer a kind of command socialist mode of control. If you'll be punished if you do not control. But of course, again, the political dynamics are changed nowadays. Probably we are witnessing the pendulum is shifting, and probably we are witnessing even stronger, state power in community life, which may alter the normative order that I was proposing in this talk.
Thanks. And there was a little discussion between Professor Ben Habib and Professor Calhoun here in the chat, in which Professor Ben Habib asked the question whether these are these not communities, but associations in the sense of Alexis de Tocqueville, all those who have the same car brand. I think car brand, is that a community, or doesn't that stretch the term too much? To which the discussion kind of goes into the idea of what is the scale and durability of these kinds of groups, what is expected of the participants, and what are kind of the empirical factors that would define their durability and their effectiveness.
It's in sociological literature, we find a lot of literatures to talking about how to measure this effectiveness and durability, vitality of these groups, and there are different. I mean, in the authoritarian context, we should not be blind to those kind of self-organizing groups, which can be very short-lived. And I mean they organized and for some common interest, as Professor Kaul mentioned, they may be incorporated, they may be invited into a political process. So, but a lot of this kind of issue-based and small-scale groups, I think has not been well studied. And this self-organizing spontaneous order, I think for them, it's very important to engage in a kind of what we call organic statism. They are allowed to have a kind of autonomy, embedded autonomy to interact, and that is the way that a common good in a society can be negotiated and can be articulated. So, but there's no there has been policy innovations try to encourage this kind of self-organizing group. There are also very sensitive issue. If these groups everyday life-based, they start to talk about politics, they start to form a kind of coalition, then it becomes a political challenge. So I don't think they have a great potential to undermine the or transform the overarching authoritarian rules. But they are forming a political space which I think contribute to a good society in the Chinese context.
We have another question. I know we're running very late.
I have just a question, Chunrong. Thank you for your lecture. You, in the beginning, you asked, can Confucianism help? What did you mean by that? And then another question is, where was the Communist Party in this spontaneous community? Is the Communist Party always present in the spontaneous community, and what is its role? And then about top-down investments, can you say something more about that? Like I had to recall the Belt and Road Initiative when you said top-down investments and not spontaneous initiatives.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. Let me clarify a bit. I think when we talk about raise this question, can Confucianism, which is the prescribed social relations, hierarchies, can they help to address the social problems in the community building? I'm talking about the kind of possibility that because Confucianism it's a normative order about relations, people and this group, but there has been a lot of dispute about this because to what extent Confucianism approach of community building can demonstrate a civic quality. It can be doubted because it's really differentiated social relations, and through which you cannot generate a general common goods. So you trust people which is close to you, but not others. So that's why Confucian philosophy or this kind of traditional value may not be sufficient in justifying community building. Of course, they are very valuable elements that the government is very interested to incorporate. In the whole decade of the 1990s and early 2000s, there has been a lot of discussion, as you know so well. There has been a revival of community values in Chinese society, and but there are structural problems with community Confucianism as a ethic, as a moral guideline. So that's why I put a question mark there. Communist Party it's a very special actor in the community building process. It is a special because it's according to Leninist control, Leninist organizing principle. It has to be presented everywhere when you have a form a group, right? So, but there's I mean, we should see this as a dynamic process. I mean, there are Communist Party different ways of Communist Party's influence and involvement. There can be organizational involvement, very institutionalized. There can be also in personal and informal involvement. So community building in Shanghai, the policy community has discussed a lot about this, how to position the Communist Party in this process. And there are different views, of course, and practices. But in general, I see a kind of fortification, which means when there's a emergence of social space, Communist Party will present in one way or another. So to penetrate in one way or another. So, but it's not always a negative force. Sometimes it can lead to a kind of, contribute to a kind of, community building process, as sometimes as unintended consequences, because it provides, interaction opportunities for those groups. Okay. And top-down investment. I'm not talking about Belt and Road Initiative. Of course, we can talk about that's another topic. But when we say top-down, it's a kind of counter movement, a state response. So the policy discourse on community building in China is that we should invest organizational, financial resources and pool them into community, and treat community as a strategic political arena through which we can prevent, we can reestablish the power, the state power can reestablish its connections with the individuals. Because the previous socialist mode of connection, what Andrew Walker called organized dependency, is no longer relevant. It's not functioning because the privatization, because the rationalization, specialization. So community become a kind of territory, contested or reclaimed by the state. So in order to do this, you need resource, you need policies, you need financial resources. So in my presentation, I saw this hierarchical, this network. So it has been prioritized by many local governments to build up this kind of political society, I would say, political community. So yeah, that's what I mean by top-down investment.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chunrong, for your answers. If there are no more questions, are there?
There was one in the chat by a student. Sorry, here. He asks, this is Mohammed from Morocco. He asks, is there any political freedom in China? Can we speak about liberty and individual freedoms in China? A lot of experts say that China will be the new leader of the world and that many of them will expect that Western civilization will fall after the coronavirus.
Well, this is a big question, and it will invite another big lecture, and probably not by me, but I do think it's a very essential question of our time, and it's relevant to community political order in community. I think the space for this kind of freedom, liberal Western democracy, this kind of liberty has been shrinking, and naturally due to a kind of very systematic re-centralization, and there are of course structural reasons for that. You know, why there is a kind of systematic transformation on this, and despite that, this kind of general trend, I still see individual liberty, which is, of course, I'm not talking about public liberty, which means you talk politics publicly, like in the West. You can still find a alternative way of express a kind of I'm not justifying this. Of course, it's very difficult and very challenging. It's very culturally sensitive issue, and how you articulate your interests and freedom. But from what I observe in community politics, I'm more interested to see how how individual interest can be produced, can be publicized through this kind of social interaction. That's why I see community as a kind of hopeful platform through which we can develop and cultivate some sort of new norms. But of course, people have good reason to be pessimistic in nowadays. But still, I think even the system is so dominant. You see a lot of small elements still self-organizing. We should not lost hope for the power of self-organizing, and this is also an organic process, which we can probably continue to expect in community life in China.
Thank you so much, Chunrong. Are there any questions or no? So thank you for everything. Thank you all the speakers and the panelists and the attendees. So we close here our seminar today and see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Quick
Thank
note.
you.
See you
Thank
later.
you.
Sophia,
Thank
you want to
you,
add something on an organizational note?
Sorry. Yeah, just a quick note for those who have Jonathan Lawrence's workshop. I'm going to be starting that meeting now, but we'll take a 10-minute break. So try and join the meeting for 7:05 if that's possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Italian time.
Bye. Ciao, grazie, Chunrong.
Ciao. Ciao.
Ciao. Ciao, Sandro.
Ciao, everybody.
Ciao, Tiziana.
Ciao, Giancarlo.